Welcome along to today's game. Hopefully you've all tuned in and we are live. 9:56 is the time with a scheduled start at 10 o'clock. So massive shout out to the team out here at Darfield Cricket Club for getting this venue ready to go after quite a lot of rain in the Canterbury region overnight. But we're all set to get underway by the looks of things, and the situation is that St Paul's Collegiate have won the toss and they are going to bat. So Wellington in the field to start with. Pretty dry outfield, all things considering. The dews sort of been absorbed up by the sun out here in Darfield. Couple of little slippery areas, but I think that should dry off pretty soon, so hopefully that doesn't come into effect. And obviously the wicket well covered overnight and it looks nice and dry out there, so we are all in readiness out here in Darfield at the Darfield Cricket Club. Sun's out, forecast is good for the day. A few spectators starting to come in and put up their deck chairs around the place, and we'll be ready to go at 10 o'clock. So the umpires are out in the middle, joined by the batsmen. Wellington just in the background having their huddle, last minute bits of information for the team and game plan and how they're going to take down this St Paul's attack. And I'm sure Jay and Josh have got a plan of how they're going to do it as well. So an intriguing battle, all set up here in Darfield as we just sort out a few bits and pieces with the scoring, and we will be underway in just a moment. So here we are. Welcome in to our viewers around New Zealand and around the world tuning in. So change of venue if you haven't come up to date with that. Change of venue today. So we're out in Darfield, known as the gateway to the Southern Alps here in the South Island. About 25-30 minutes east of Christchurch, probably southeast. Foothills of the mighty Southern Alps, and a magnificent day here in Darfield as Wellington just getting a few last minute adjustments to the field, and it'll be Jay Bennyfield on strike. as we get underway now. And nicely played down the ground. Good positive start from Bennyfield there. And they are underway. So the bowler is Thurlow, and he's coming in from the southern end. We'll call it the hedge end.
Oh, I put it as north. Never mind.
I feel like north's over that way.
I'm clueless, so.
I am certainly not going to question Sarah Bell.
Oh no, you question that.
Scorer extraordinaire who joins me. So obviously again with the lefty-righty combination, adjustment in the field. 2 slips in at the moment as Thurlow comes in. Nicely played out there on the offside there by Josh Hart. Enthusiastic in the field, a lot of chatter coming from the Wellington team.
Sorry.
So Wellington, a lot of chatter. They are up for this game. They'll be wanting to take early wickets. And of course St Paul's will be wanting to get off to a good start. And nicely played back down the pitch from Josh Hart. And no run. So welcome into our regular viewers. Maybe a few new ones today as well, as word spreads. But I am joined by Sarah Bell, experienced scorer, had a stint in the New Zealand scoring tent just 2 or 3 days ago, so representative honours I think you'd call that.
Oh, I'll put it on the CV.
As Thurlow comes in to Hart this time. Digs that one in a little bit shorter, not a huge amount of zip, but a little bit of bounce out of the pitch and just played out to the man at point. And no run taken there. So, for those of you that haven't been following the weather, huge downpour overnight here in Christchurch, particularly in Lincoln, hence the change of location as Thurlow in once again to Hart. And just played away onto the offside again. It's good tight bowling. Good start from both teams here. Obviously St Paul's looking to just get off to a good start, consolidate, build a good platform. They bat pretty deep down the order, does this St Paul's side. And I know that Wellington has a good strike attack up front as well, so good battle this will be. As Thurlow in once again to Hart. Just looking to find a gap there on the offside, but again finds the man. And that'll complete the first over. Just the 1 run from it, so good bowling there from Thurlow. So both teams playing in black, so a little bit confusing, although the batsmen obviously have helmets and bats and pads and stuff, so you can generally tell the difference. Could be a small mix-up from the wicket-keeper potentially when he's standing up to the wicket with his helmet on. But other than that, we should be all right. So we've the bowler from the, I want to say northern end, but Sarah assures me
it's not.
That it's not.
Northern end.
Oh, it is?
It is,
okay.
yeah.
I've had confirmation. It is the northern end. We could call that the bus end. There's a bus parked down the end.
Leo Bridgman is the new bowler.
And Leo Bridgman is going to come in from the bus end.
The bus end.
And he's going to be coming in to Jay Bennyfield this time. Just drags that one a little bit short. Beats the man. Picked up by the sweeper. Obviously everyone or most players inside the ring, and they scamper through for a single. So good batting from Bennyfield early. Just trying to rotate the strike here. As Pinky Winky walks past the commentary box. We'll come back to that story later. But nickname that came from the bar the other day when one parent got his Pinky Winky out on the table. It's not as bad as it sounds, and I will explain shortly. In the meantime, Bridgman just adjusting the field, and he's going to come into the left-handed heart. This time pitched up nicely. Good support from the field. As I said, a lot of chatter from the Wellington team, which is great to see. Trying to just amp their players up and get this early breakthrough as Bridgman into heart this time. And nicely played back down the pitch by number 86, Josh Hart, year 10 at St Paul's Collegiate, left-handed batsman. As Bridgman comes into him once again. And again, just trying to pierce the field out there on the offside, but again, picks out the fielder. No run on this occasion. As the sun's really starting to come out down here in Darfield, as Bridgman in again, defended back down the pitch, no run. And that completes a good first over there from Bridgman. Again, just the one run from it. So, good start here from Wellington. And once again, big shout out to the team out here at Darfield Cricket Club, for getting this pitch in such great conditions after what was quite a lot of rain in the Canterbury region over the last few days. Seem to be centred very much around Lincoln, so I'm not sure if those games have gotten underway, but we're out here in Darfield and we're into it. Into the third over, and it'll be Thurlow from the southern end. Nicely pitched up there, dug out nicely from Bennyfield. Out to the man, no run on this occasion. Bennyfield, a year 13 at St Paul's Collegiate, number 44, batsman and bowler. Hi to Jerome, who Jay's dad, who I'm sure will be watching at home, taking in all the action. It's a shame you're not down here, you are missed. As Jay just plays that out onto the onside, no run on this occasion, but good parent group down here from St Paul's. No misbehaviour as yet, just the one Pinky Winky incident, which again probably sounds worse than it is, but I think one of the mums got Sean Austin a drink, and he just said, just get me whatever, and they came back with a non-alcoholic cocktail called a Pinky Winky. So seems to be a nickname that might stick for Sean. As Thurlow continues again. Another dot ball there. Good tight bowling from Wellington. Obviously this being a 50 over match, and the forecast is for this very light cloud to burn off during the day, so get better rather than worse. Not a hot day, looking for a high of 15 as Thurlow comes in to Bennyfield. I'm just looking to squeeze that down off his pads onto the offside, but again finding the fielder. Good arm there from the fielder, whipped that in. So just putting the batsman on notice and telling them that they're going to have to be quick with these quick singles. Again, a lot of chatter as Thurlow comes in once again. Caught on the pad this time, and potentially going down the leg side. No signal from the umpire. So not out, dot ball.
If this isn't it, I'm not going back.
What is it?
So we've got confirmation that Mr. Bennyfield is watching from home.
The other games are underway as well.
And the other games are underway in Lincoln. So great stuff there from the groundsman. And this time Bennyfield freeing the arms and hitting it out towards the boundary. A huge dive out there, and they've managed to save that one. So just the 2 runs. It just dug into the outfield and took a bit of heat off that. But nice shot there from Bennyfield. And that'll end the 3rd over. So welcome along, Jerome. As I said, you were missed, have been missed over this week, but your wife and son have been representing well. We've all been having a lot of fun and obviously enjoying the boys. A couple of good wins early up, and a rain interrupted few days. But as I say, we've got 50 overs in front of us and a great matchup between St Paul's Collegiate and Wellington College, as it'll be Bridgman again, and he'll be coming into the left-handed heart, and that's just dragged down the leg side and of course wided by the umpire there. As Bridgman in once again to heart. This time trying to give himself a little bit of room. Try and pierce the, would it be gully point region. And Bridgman in again. This time a bit shorter. This time finds the gap heart out to the sweeper, cover sweeper, who does the fielding, and the batsman just trot through for a quick single there. Well, not a quick single, just a pretty conventional single, I think you'd call it. But 1 run. As again, just a small adjustment as the right-handed Bennyfield comes on strike. This one pitched up nicely and just raced through on him, but well defended. Back down the pitch for a dot ball. There's Bridgman in once again. Good ball, just left alone by Bennyfield on a good length this, so good opening bowling here from Wellington. Again, just adjusting his pace and his length, keeping the batsmen on their toes. Good bowling, plenty of encouragement from the field. There's Bridgman in this time a little bit shorter. Bennyfield looking to try and work it away, but finding the fielder. Dot ball. So another good over there. And St Paul's, after 4 overs, 6 without loss. So it's a 10:15. Still a little bit nippy out here, but the sun is out. And as I said, forecast high of 15 degrees. Not a lot of breeze to come in. I think we're heading for a top wind recording of around 11 kilometres an hour. Unsure of direction, but feels like potentially from the south. As it'll be Thurlow again, who comes in this time to the left-handed heart, plays that down onto the pitch, and no run taken. As Thurlow again in to Hart. Just left alone on this occasion from Hart. through to the wicket keeper. And just as I mentioned, that wind sort of seems to have not picked up a lot, but it really noticed that it is quite brisk. I've only worn the shorts today, so I might need a wee blankie as Thurlow in once again, and that left just to go through. Not a lot of carry on that ball. I don't know if it was a bit of a slower ball or, but anyway, just dipping on the wicketkeeper, who is standing a fair distance back, joined by 2 slips. And the bowler really getting good encouragement from his field. As Sarah just puts on some nice warm socks. As Thurlow in once again to Hart, who just plays it down, goes to the wicketkeeper, has a shy at the stumps. Josh Hart takes evasive action, but at the end of the day, that is a dot ball there. So good bowling this. So going back to Sarah, very experienced scorer, probably at least in the top 2 in the school. Very hard to separate both her and of course the famous Carly Joel, who may or may not be watching. I'm sure she's watching.
Oh, I would like to think so.
Yeah, absolutely. Would surprise me if she wasn't. Let's put it that way. But huge effort from those ladies over the years.
Oh, she hasn't opened her attachment, so no, I don't think
A lot of scoring, and it's certainly a real asset to the school where you've got people that come in, give their time up, help the team out with scoring. And it's quite a difficult job. You really have to concentrate on sometimes more than 2 things at the same time. So potentially that's why the ladies excel in that position, and maybe the men stick to the commentary where they can just sort of talk rubbish. So anyhow, and that completes a maiden over. So great opening bowling here from both Thurlow and Bridgman, and with every maiden over, a little bit of pressure on the batsman, but 50 over match, just 5 gone, only the 6 runs on the board. As the Wellington field giving the batsman plenty of advice on how they should be doing it. As Bridgman comes in once again, and Jay Bennyfield just defends that. As Bridgman in once again. No run on this occasion. Small fumble in the field there. As Bridgman in, this time from the northern end. This time Bennyfield pierces the field. There's a bit of a chase on there. Looked to come back for 2. But no point taking risks this early in the innings. So just the 1. Good chase there from Wellington. Energetic in the field. And that'll bring the left-handed Hart back on strike. As a few more spectators pull up for what should be an enthralling match here. And this time Hart plays it nicely, nice and fine, bit of a chase down there. Again, good chasing from the Wellington field, caught up with that ball, skidding down beside it, picking it up and firing it into the wicketkeeper, just the 1 run. So St Paul's just looking to rotate the strike here and start to build something. As Bridgman in once again comes out, and Bennyfield has hit this well, and I think it's 4 runs, just beating the man. Hold on, what have we got here? There was a signal of 4, but he just put his hands up, the fielder. Umpires said 4. Bit confusing there. I think 4 runs. We'll call it 4 runs. Yeah, that was confusing from the fielder. He signalled 4 as it went over, turned around, put his hands up. Anyhow, maybe he might have just been pretending to be a deer or something. As Bennyfield turns this off his pads this time, nicely out to the fielder. And races through for a single. And that completes the over. So a good one that time from St Paul's. 6 overs gone. 13 runs now. So a bit of a feeling out process in these early overs. Obviously with the rain overnight and a unfamiliar pitch. Not a lot of data as to the last few games that have been on here. We don't really know what could happen. So good to be tentative as the batting unit. As I say, plenty of batting to come in the St Paul's lineup. They'll just be looking to build slowly, bake the cake, and ready for the tail end to come out and ice it, which has often been the case. As Bennyfield, straight back down the ground, over the rope for 4 runs. Beautiful looking shot that from Bennyfield. There was an incredibly athletic dive out on the mid-on, sort of near the edge of the ring. I think pretty hopeful, but did clear him reasonably comfortably. As Thurlow in this time to Bennyfield. Just defends this one back down the pitch. The bowler fires down there, picks up the ball, fires it back at the stumps. Plenty happening out there. A lot of energy, which is great to see from the Wellington College boys. Always been a pretty competitive side, the Wellington College first 11. Not sure on the stats, but I feel like they've pretty regular participants of this particular event. As Thurlow comes in this time worked off his pads down to a fine leg who comes around. Not sure if that's going to be called as, no, it is off the legs, leg by, they're signalled by the umpire.
Wellington College missed out last year.
So Wellington returning after a missed out last year. Hibs were the Wellington representative last year. So there'll be a bit of fire to represent Wellington College well, as they always do, as Thurlow comes in this time to Josh Hart. Beats the outside edge there and through to the keeper. Good bowling. And that really got the fielding side excited. Sounded like a herd of cows being moved in the morning, milking. Or seagulls at the beach. But good to see. Good bit of chatter out there, trying to put the batsman under pressure.
Oh, Joshy.
As this time straight over the outstretched arms of the fielder and into what looks to be a little bit of a slower outfield. Not 100% timed, but through there for a couple of runs on this occasion for Hart. It really didn't go over the man in there. What position would that be, Will? A short cover. Luckily for Hart, it was one of their shorter players, and it went over his fingers by not more than a couple of inches. But anyway, he lives to fight another day as he faces this time. Nice shot this from Hart. Finds the fielder though, but good contact. And that completes another over from Thurlow. And we're 7 overs in now. St Paul's 20 without loss. Right, it will be Bridgman into his 4th over from the northern end, or the bus end. As a few more parents find their way out to Darfield, take their seats sideline, as it will be Bridgman into Bennyfield this time. Good ball that time, well pitched up, pushes the batsman back within his crease, but well defended back down the pitch. Dot ball. As he comes in again, well pitched up again, well defended from Bennyfield. So it really is a bit of an arm wrestle out there early. Out here in Darfield, gateway to the Southern Alps. It's Bridgman in this time. This is a good length from Brisbane. As I contemplate having another bite of my delicious cheese scone delivered by the Austin family this morning. Thank you very much for that. Nicely played out there to point. But the man there comes in, picks it up and fires it back to the wicket keeper on this occasion, and no run. As Bridgman in again to Bennyfield. Again, good length, not giving him any room here. And just having to defend. As he comes in once again. This time a little bit shorter. Kind of getting a little bit stuck in the pitch maybe. And the pace of the ball just beating Bennyfield on this occasion. Popping the ball up. But falling short of any fielder. So a maiden over there from Bridgman. So good comeback there. And he completes 4 overs, 1 maiden, and just the 10 runs. As we go back to Thurlow, who will start his 5th over from the southern end, or the hedge end. Forest end, maybe it's a bit bigger than a hedge, isn't it? Some big pine trees there. Anyhow, he will be coming in. No, have we got a change in bowler? I think we have. This looks like Baker coming in. Oh, and that ball has just gone past the outstretched arm. And 4 runs on this occasion. Quite a big boundary here at Darfield, and just a little bit slower than the boys have been used to in the last couple of games in at Lincoln. But yes, a change of bowler here. So Baker into his work, and Hart just dicing with a little bit of danger. He'll call it well calculated shots, just millimetres outside the outstretched arms of the fielder, but net result 4 runs on that occasion. This time pitched up from the bowler.
Where's my mouse gone? I've lost it. Oh, there I am.
Yes, there was a bit of dust that just kicked up, which is, I don't know, potentially a good sign after the amount of rain we've had. So obviously the covers have been on well.
Yep, thank you.
No worries.
And Baker in this time. And just turned off his pads nicely by Hart into the vacant area. And they come back for a well-run 2 runs. Good applause coming from the St Paul's boys over in their dugout.
Can you actually take one of the Marzans over to the place? Oh, well, when you get back.
So good little arm wrestle here between batsman and bowler. There's Baker in this time. And Hart looking to play that late. Not getting anything on it. And plenty of commentary from the field once again. Wonder if they might come and give me a hand in the second half. They might be worn out by then. So, good chatter though, all good fun. And a lot of enthusiasm after being cooped up couple of days that we've missed cricket down here, as Hart plays that down in a little puff of dust coming up off the pitch. But defended away, no run this time. As Baker in from the southern end to Hart, who just defends that ball. So good comeback after the early boundary from Baker. And that completes his first over and the 9th over of this match. St Paul's Collegiate 26 without loss in the first half an hour of play here in Darfield. Excuse me, I've just taken a mouthful of this delicious cheese scone, but I don't want you to miss any action. So Bridgman, he came in and Benefield played it into the offside, and a small fumble from the fielder on this occasion, giving up the single, and Hart coming down to the striker's end. So it will be Bridgman to Hart this time. Oh, Hart with fast hands there, trying to turn it round the corner. Not quite catching up with it on this occasion. And no run. Here's Bridgman in this time. And Hart just playing it back down the pitch. Nice tidy cricket. Good batting and bowling here. As I said, quite the arm wrestle we've got out here in the middle. There's Hart coming forward. Good looking shot that. Diving save there from the field. Very energetic looking field from Wellington. I think St Paul's are going to have to work for every run. There's Bridgman in once again to Hart. And just defended back down the pitch to the bowler. He takes that. This is a good opening stand from Bridgman. Just the 11 runs given up in his 4.5 overs. As he comes in once again to Hart. Pushes him back in the crease and defended away, and that ends another good over there from Bridgman. So that's 10 overs in the book. And a good conservative start here from St Paul's, up against some good bowling. Good tight bowling and some good fielding as well. Slightly slower outfield, which might speed up during the day as the sun just takes away the last of this excess moisture that might be lying around in the outfield. So just a few little changes to the field. As Baker now, end of his mark, and he comes in to Jay Benefield. And that is a good ball first up. It beats Benefield through to the keeper. Just the one slip in place now. But St Paul's with a good start here. Sometimes these first few overs, that's where you've got to get the tough runs, and that's exactly what they're doing early here, trying to build a foundation for their team.
Oh, shot.
And that is picked up and hit back down the ground and over the rope for a beautifully hit 4 runs from Jay Bennyfield, who just says, that's enough of the dot balls and I'll grab myself 4. Beautiful shot. Obviously the men inside the ring, so no real danger, but a good hefty blow down the ground. So a counter punch this time from St Paul's. There's Baker in again to Bennyfield, who tries to push hook this away on the onside, just not quite catching up with it, and just wrapping him on the pads, but good awareness from Hart to scamper down and get the 1 run for the team. As this time it will be Baker into the left-handed Hart.
Oh.
Nicely defended away.
What did I miss? Hang on. I'll catch it.
So yeah, the sun really starting to come out nicely here. Sprinkling of spectators around the grounds. As Baker in this time to Hart. A little bit fuller this time. Say often a puff of dust when the batsman either strikes the ground or from the ball. So as I say, probably a good indication that it's nice and dry out there. Must have had some good covers on. I don't think that Darfield got quite as much rain as they did in around the Lincoln area.
All the hail.
Yeah, a lot of hail as well. Unusual in December. And Josh Hart just slashing at that one. Good ball from Baker, and through to the keeper. So great ball that, and completes another fairly tidy over. And St Paul's after 11 overs, 32 without loss. So just going along at just under 3 and over. I don't think there'll be any panic at all. I think the game plan would be to just see off these early overs, get a feel for how the pitch is, build nicely, plenty of batting to come, and just build this platform. And it doesn't take too many good overs just to get that run rate moving. As we had a change of bowler, so Bridgman completed his 5 overs, and now it looks like we're going back to pace from the northern end. Ed Fowley?
Foul.
Ed Fowl.
Yep.
Ed Fowl will be coming in. From the northern end. And he will be into Jay Bennyfield. There's a few adjustments for the field for Fell. As he comes in now. And that's a good first up ball. Right in the block hole. Dug out nicely though by Bennyfield. So this time Fell coming in again off a reasonably long run this time, and just left alone by Bennyfield this time. And a shout out to a listener or a watcher over in the UK, Simon Lowe, over there in Somerset. Probably a bit cooler in Somerset than it is here in Darfield, but fantastic to have you watching all the way over there in the UK. Of course, Somerset, where Martin Crowe spent plenty of time. sort of between, what was it, sort of the late 80s. Great time for cricket, the late 80s. The advent of the white ball game and the pyjamas they used to play in. Obviously Kerry Packer bringing the white ball game to life. The Benson and Hedges series back in the day. As Fell comes in this time to Bennyfield again. Nice looking shot from Bennyfield, just played away. Picked up by the fielder. It's a good tight bowling again from this Wellington College outfit. So great to see that we've got some viewers around the world watching, and of course around the country as well. So welcome in here to Darfield as the sun is shining and the cricket is top quality. Good looking shot again from Bennyfield down the ground. No run though. So if you've just joined us, 32 runs on the board, no wickets down, and just coming to the tail end of the 12th over here. And it will be Fell coming in from the northern end to Bennyfield. Good pitched up ball.
Oh, no.
Oh, and there's a huge mix-up. Oh, but a fumble there. And Bennyfield managing to get back in his crease. So maiden over there from Fell first up. Dodged a bullet there, St Paul's. And I'm sure the batsmen will just have a bit of a chat about that. And they'll learn from that one. But great bowling from Fell first up, starting with the maiden. So that was a real opportunity for Wellington there to get rid of the in-form Bennyfield as he took off down the other end. Hart not interested in the run. And then the ball just coming out of the fielder's hand, and Bennyfield scampering back to make his ground. So this time we have got Baker, who comes into Hart, and he's hit that beautifully along the ground, beating the field and across the boundary rope for 4 runs. Good looking shot that from Hart. So St Paul's move on to 36 now. Into the 13th over as Baker in once again to Hart, who just plays that down his leg side. I think he might have got some bat on that. We will have to wait for the signal. And they've scampered through for 2 runs, and off the legs, leg byes signalled there. So good fast ball there from Baker. Just a little bit wayward down the leg side, managing just to grab a little bit of pad on the way through. And the man at fine leg comes in, stops it from crossing the boundary rope in just the 2 runs this time. Good looking shot this time from Hart down the ground. Good tighter ball this time from Baker though. Baker. It's this whole...
It's been a week of Barkers.
It has been a real week of Barkers and Bakers. So I do apologise to both Barkers and Bakers. What I need to do is, I've still got half of this cheese scone, so I should look down and just think about the baker that made the scone. That might remind me. Anyhow, back to the action, and it will be Baker from the southern end here in Darfield at the Darfield Cricket Club here in the mighty Canterbury region. This time a bit fuller, played back down the ground from Hart. And no run taken on this occasion. So St Paul's moving along here at 3 runs and over. Still plenty of time left in this match, this being just the 13th over. as Baker comes into Hart this time. Nice full ball, dug out. Big puff of smoke or dust coming out of up off the pitch. And no run on this occasion.
Yeah, 100%.
They really lost one again, haven't they?
Yep.
And they even without the business.
Is Baker in this time? A little bit shorter. Looked to take a bit of pace off that time. Well negotiated by Hart, and that ends the Baker over. So he's 3 overs, 14 runs. And after 13 overs, St Paul's 38 without loss. So good solid start from the two openers, Bennyfield and Hart.
Well.
So this time, Jay Bennyfield looking to push the tempo. That one got a bit high on him. He's skied that ball and it has gone out, and they take the first wicket. So breakthrough here from Wellington out in Darfield. Huge celebrations from the Wellington team, so they really wanted to get that wicket. So first wicket down for St Paul's, 38 for 1 now.
Catching no replays of the wickets because I have to wait.
So Jones, the man, coming around. Ball stayed in the air for quite some time, but he did well, steadied himself and took the catch comfortably. And that's the first man back to the dugout. And that brings Campbell Boyd to the wicket. So Jay Bennyfield, the first man out for St Paul's on 19. Well batted in difficult conditions, getting the hard runs early and setting a pretty good platform for this team to continue on with. And Campbell Boyd is the next man at the crease for St Paul's as Fell comes in. And he has chipped that ball up, and the wicket has been taken, and Boyd has to make his way off the pitch without scoring on this occasion. So double blow here for St Paul's. And Wellington, bang bang, 2 wickets and 2 balls. Put St Paul's under pressure early here in Darfield. So Quintus Daniel coming in, and he will be facing the hat-trick ball, which is probably never a fun thing to do. But great bowling here from Fell.
Looks weird in his vest, doesn't he?
And Quintus Daniel now on strike to Fell. Hat-trick ball. And that's through to the wicket keeper. And no hat-trick on this occasion, but still beautiful bowling. And St Paul's going to have to do a bit of a rebuild here after a good start from Bennyfield and Hart. Hart's still there on 14, and he's joined at the crease by Quintus Daniel. And fell in this time again to Daniel. Good full ball there. Dug out nicely by Quintus Daniel. As Sarah Bell tries to knock over the commentary box. Well defended this time from Daniel. So St Paul's, the double blow, coming in this, the 14th over. There's a little bit of cloud cover at the moment, so it's a little bit cooler whenever the clouds just cover the sun, but forecast is for it to be getting better as the day goes on, so hopefully things warm up a little bit. As Fell in this time to Daniel. Good full ball, it's worked off his legs nicely for the dot ball, and that finishes a very good over from Fell with a double wicket maiden. Can't ask for much better than that. So great bowling here from Wellington, and they have got St Paul's under the pump a little bit here, so we'll see how St Paul's respond. 38 for 2 after 14 overs. And it's Baker to continue from the northern end. So into Hart, who defends the ball away. So again, welcome to some of our viewers around the country. Had a few little stories of people watching and listening from around the place. Ex-St Paul's headmaster Steve Cole, hi, I know you're watching. Now obviously at home at Westlake, up there north of Auckland. As the ball slashed at this time from Hart through to the keeper. So Steve Cole, if my memory serves me correctly, started at St Paul's around 92ish, no, maybe 91. It'll be around there somewhere. We'll call it the early 90s. So welcome in, great headmaster, and was lucky enough to catch up with him on the sidelines of a cricket game just in the last few years. So looking fit and well, loving his cricket as always. Of course, Steve Cole was the headmaster whilst the Vittori brothers, namely Daniel and his brother Nick, were at the school. So I'm sure that Steve will claim some of that success, and why not? But a real stalwart of the school. So welcome along, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage. I did hear that you made a bit of an appearance, or Steve made an appearance at the recent Vittori Shield prior to the Westlake and St Paul's game. Gave a bit of a speech to the boys And I'm sure you'll be, it was nice to come back and see the school in great hands under the leadership of Ben Skeen, and the school really going from strength to strength. So back to the cricket now, and 38 for 2. Good bowling here again from Wellington. Baker in from the southern end, and again good looking shot there from Hart, but no run, and that ends the Baker over, and that's another maiden. So Wellington really turning the screws now and putting the pressure back on St Paul's and saying, what can you do? As I say, this team bats deep, and hard to know what a pass score would be on a pitch like this. We don't have a lot of data from recent games, but certainly some very, very good bowling early from this Wellington attack. So Hart on 14, and Daniel yet to score, and he'll be on face to the in-form Fell, who has bowled magnificently well in his first 2 overs. Good looking shot down the ground from Quintus Daniel this time. No run though, as the sun makes an appearance here again and warms things up here in Darfield. So a lot of characters back at St Paul's back in the day, in the early to mid 90s. Some famous characters, Jeremy Wells has fell in this time, and a little bit shorter this time, and worked finely, and good running from Quintus Daniel and Hart. And they come back for 2 runs to the applause of the spectators on the sideline, which is great to hear. One Michael Lane, famous from his Hauraki exploits, known as G Lane. As Fell comes in, digs one short here, not a lot of pop out of the pitch, but bouncing up, well negotiated by Daniel. And obviously his work with the alternate commentary team. And I think one of the original founding members of the Beige Brigade, with a couple of other St Paul's members there. Paul Ford. Russell Boot, I think, was involved there. The Hensel boys, I'm sure, were there as well. I'm sure Steve will remember those guys. So 40 for 2 here. It's coming to the tail end of the 16th over with Fell bowling, and really putting the St Paul's batsmen under the pump. Good tight bowling out here in Darfield. Ooh, and that's a good ball. Beats the outside edge of Daniel through to the keeper. Ooh. There's Fell coming in now. Plenty of support from the field again from Wellington. Just amping their bowler up as he comes in this time to Daniel. And Daniel says, I'm going to break the shackles, and he has belted that over the ring. 4 runs.
Yeah, 100%.
So great shot there. And the field goes a little bit quieter as the ball disappears over the rope. And Quintus Daniel with the shot there, and that ends what is a pretty good over there again from Fell and the Wellington team. 44 for 2 after 16, so a bit of a counter punch there from St Paul's, which is good to see. So we have got a change of bowler here from the southern end. As St Paul's look to just get back on track after a bit of a setback, and we've got Lucas Henderson, the spinner, who's going to come on from the southern end or the hedge end, or maybe the forest end. So he comes in this time. He dragged that down the leg side, and that's a wide to start with. So a bit of a loose one there. First up from Henderson, as he just regroups again. Bit of a false start on this occasion as he comes into Hart this time. Ooh, and Hart slashes at this one. Gets plenty of wood on it. And great running from Hart. Knew there was two in it. Ran the first one fast, turned quickly, and took off back down the pitch to claim the second run. So good intent from Hart. As St Paul's look to counter punch here and get themselves back on track after the two quick wickets from Wellington. And it'll be Henderson in again. And well defended by Hart. Good bowling, just the dot ball. And Henderson just making a couple of adjustments here to the field as he comes into Hart this time. Who Hart goes for a reverse shot this time. Pretty adventurous from Hart.
Why is it not updating? Oh no, it's wide.
And this time more of a conventional shot from Hart. No run on this occasion either. So this is a good comeback from Henderson. As he comes in this time to Hart. A little bit shorter. Hart trying to free his arms, but bowler just cramping him up on this occasion and unable to do so. And just finding the man again. And this one just dragged down the leg side again and rightly called a wide on this occasion from the umpire. This time a little bit more room, and Hart being able just to free his arms and working it out onto the offside, and they scamper through for a single that will end the 17th over, and I think we'll have drinks here. And I might finish my delicious cheese scone. It was so thoughtfully bought for me by the Austin family. So welcome back to the action, and who have we got? It looks like Fell to continue
Yeah, I think so.
into his 4th over. So welcome back to the action after the drinks break. And that's hit beautifully back down the ground.
Shot, Joshy.
Shot, Josh.
And it won't quite make it all the way to the boundary though. So a little bit of a slower outfield there. Just the 2 runs, but a good shot there from Hart. Good positive start for him after the drinks break. And that brings up 50 runs for St Paul's. Just the loss of 2 wickets. So looking to rebuild now. It's Hart, the left-hander. Fell coming into him now. And down the leg side, and that's a wide. So they'll pick up the extra. But Hart looking to play positively. And just played away onto the offside from Hart. No run on this occasion. Right, so Fell in once again from the northern end to Hart, who looks to play this one away on the onside. The man coming in, making the field. Making the field, is that how you say it? Making a field? Fielding the ball. Maybe fielding the ball could be how you
Not
say
sure
that.
Making a field is quite
No, I don't
right.
think you make a field, do
No.
you? You'd make a save,
You could make a save, yes.
make a cheese scone. Well, you'd bake a cheese scone, wouldn't you? Anyhow. This time Hart, ooh, gets a nick on that. It looked like it might have come off the bat onto the glove of the wicketkeeper and popping up. I'm not sure. I'd need to see a replay of that, but I feel like that might have been what happened.
It is, yep.
And just falling short of the man out at gully. So a bit of fortune there for Hart. But it would have been a pretty incredible piece of fielding at the same time had that gone to hand as Fell comes in. This time Hart just plays it out to point. And Fell comes in to complete his over. Oh, and Hart really looking to free the arms on this occasion. Not quite getting a hold of it. And no run. So that completes another good over there from Fell. As we look at the worm here on the screen. And it really needs to head north, the worm, for St Paul's. See the 2 dots, one on top of one another. As St Paul's, after 18 overs, 52 for 2 as we head into the 19th over, and that run rate 2.9. So it's been around about that 2.9 for 3 for quite some time. Obviously wickets won't help that, and St Paul's will be looking to build a bit of a partnership here. And do we have a change of bowling here?
I'm trying to work that out.
Bit of a conversation with the umpires, and
Oh, they tried to supply. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what that was.
Sorry, we will bring you what is actually unfolding here. But it looks like... Yeah, I'm not sure what the story was there. But there's a new bowler, and we will figure that out shortly. As he comes in, and that's nicely played there from Daniel. Down to third man, a short third man, and picks up the ball.
Decided who the bowler is yet.
So just the one run there for Daniel, and the new bowler, who we will figure this out shortly.
I think it's
Do a-
Lucas Henderson.
Oh, it is Lucas Henderson, so no change in the bowling. As he comes in, oh, and Hart gets a hold of that. Great timing from Josh Hart. Again, not a huge amount of reward from this outfield. And they pick up 2 runs on this occasion. So they just need to bear that in mind for the second half of this second innings today, that the outfield does slow up a little bit. As Hart defends that ball away, and no run taken on this occasion. So obviously after being at Lincoln, the conditions there absolutely magnificent, and nice fast outfields. This time over pitched, and Hart advancing down the pitch and picks up a single. To the cheers of the St Paul's supporters.
At least he's found her calling.
That'll bring Daniel on strike, this time to Henderson. Comes forward nicely. Good looking shot, no run though. As St Paul's just look to build something here. As I say, plenty of batting in this team. And nice full pitched up ball there from Henderson, and he completes his second over. And Hart now on 22, Daniel on 7, and St Paul's 56 for 2 after 19 overs. So I think what happened there, sorry, I'll come back to you after this ball, as Fell comes in from the northern end to Hart this time. Plays it nicely back down the pitch, and well fielded there by Fell. I think what happened was that the opening bowler from this end bowled a few overs, he bowled his 4 or 5 overs, went off for a rest, and wanted to come straight back on and bowl, which again is not quite in the rules of cricket. So I think the rule is that you've got to spend as much time on the field as you did off to, I guess, cancel out that. Otherwise, I suppose bowlers that bowl their overs go off and get iced up and come back and ready to go. So that was the confusion there, but we figured it all out, and it was Henderson that continued from that from that end. So I'm sure that Baker, the man, he'll spend a bit more time on the pitch, and then he'll be back into the attack as we return to the other end now, and it is Fell coming in from the northern end to Hart. And Hart, good looking shot that.
Go, Joshy, go, Joshy, go, Joshy.
Oh, and they scamper through for the single, but a direct hit, and unfortunately he would have been back to the pavilion. So a bit risky there from St Paul's. But luckily for them, the ball evades the stumps through to the man backing up, and they get one run. So, chance for a bit of a midfield conversation between the batsmen, which I imagine went along the lines of, yeah, let's not run those silly ones again, shall we? And I'm sure they both agreed, and Quintus Daniel now on strike. And just leaves that one alone, and that's through to the keeper. And this really is good bowling here from Fell, and the whole bowling attack from Wellington, to be honest. It's been very tight, giving away very few chances to this St Paul's lineup, and obviously taking the two wickets. As Fell in once again, a little bit shorter this time, but through to the wicket keeper. And that completes the over from Fell. So he's completed 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 10, so exceptionally good bowling there. And St Paul's 57 for 2 after 20 overs, and running along at 2.9 runs an over. So still under pressure here, St Paul's. But as I said, they do bat deep, so they'll back themselves to pour on runs at the back end of the innings if they do have the opportunity to do so. So these boys doing well as Henderson, and once again, and Hart just looking to play that off his toes.
Good running, Quintus.
Great running from Quintus, who says, yep, let's go. Gets through for a comfortable single, and just looking to put the pressure back on Wellington now. So Henderson in, this time to Daniel, who just turns that off his legs, finds the man, no run on this occasion. And that's just played back down the pitch again. And no run as Henderson comes in again. Nice and fast between balls from Henderson, just putting pressure on the scoreboard. Sometimes when the spinners just get through their overs nice and quick, or their balls of the over nice and quick, the overs just seems to slip away from the batsman. As again, no run this time, and the fast over from Henderson, just going for the 1 run. So it'll be about building partnerships here for St Paul's. So this one, building nicely, 20 runs, good opening stand of 38. So St Paul's will just be looking to build on this, but at the same time, they're going to need a good total to be able to defend against what is a quality Wellington side here that they've assembled and sent down to Canterbury for this secondary school's first 11 Cup, as it'll be Fell into his 6th over. Digs that one in short. There's a huge appeal, and Josh Hart has got a nick on it, and he has to depart on 24. So well batted from Hart. And the Wellington boys celebrate once again, and the 3rd wicket falls. So caught behind. So St Paul's now 58 for 3 in this, the 22nd over. As Logan Hickey
Christchurch.
makes his way to the middle. He joins Quintus Daniel at 58 for 3. So Wellington, after the boys working pretty hard to put on a 20-run partnership there, just broken this time by this Wellington attack. And Fell takes his 3rd wicket and just his 6th over, so exceptional bowling from Fell. And he has put St Paul's in a little bit of a difficult situation here, but we'll see how we go. 58 for 3. New man at the crease, Logan Hickey. As Fell comes in this time, huge shout, and just squirted out on the offside. They scamper through, so it is a leg bye, no bat involved there. And that'll bring Daniel on strike. As Fell in once again to Daniel, who looks to free the arms and hit it back down the ground. Finds the fielder though, not quite coming out of the middle this time from Daniel. And no run.
It's his last over for now, why not? Yeah, because he can only bowl 6.
Has Fell in once again to Daniel. This time defended back down the pitch from Daniel. Good looking shot that.
What would you put? 73 for 4. They're fighting hard against Christchurch.
Again, good looking shot down the ground from Daniel, but no run on this occasion. And Wellington right on top here in Darfield. So St Paul's needing to regroup here, build the partnerships, and just continue building a foundation that the tail order can try and ice later on in this innings. And that's a good start there from Quintus Daniel, who works that away, negotiates the short ball and punishes it, and it races across the rope and into the car park. And there's a bit of a chase down there for a few spectators. I think it's still going, in fact. So one of the spectators has found the ball over there in the car park and returned that. So good little counter punch there from St Paul's. And that, I think, will end the Fell spell. I think maximum 6 overs at a time, I think, at this level.
18.
Yeah, so not 100% sure on that, but we'll see how we go. And it'll be Henderson again to continue, but back to Fell. Great figures there, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. So really been the attack weapon for this Wellington College team as Henderson comes in. And that's a good ball to start with. Beats the outside edge of Hickey. Through to the keeper and a dot ball. So Logan Hickey Year 11 at St Paul's. This one a little bit shorter, bringing Hickey forward, defending it well with good contact down the pitch.
Come on the other side of Brett.
And defended again this time from Hickey. So good bowling from Henderson, who's into his 4th over now. And a bit of a stifled appeal. I'm not sure what for. It looked like it came off his bat. Anyway, the ever hopeful fielders. As this one dragged in a little bit short, turned off his legs out there. Fielder rushing in, cutting off any chance of a single. So this really is good bowling here from Henderson. As I say, whips through his balls very quickly. So just puts that extra bit of pressure on the batting team.
It's not a catch.
I felt like it was a bump ball anyway.
Yeah,
I think.
100%
I think a bump ball, but a lot of excitement out there as the man drops the catch anyway. And a maiden over, so great bowling there from Henderson. And they're certainly creating chances, and they do have this St Paul's team under the pump, and the Manhattan looking more like Morrinsville than Manhattan at this stage, unfortunately, but
change of bowler.
hopefully it might change to Mount Maunganui, even Surface Paradise by the tail end of this innings. But I'm sure the Wellington attack
Oscar Dry.
won't want to see that. They'll want to continue this trajectory that they're on, and they'll want to put St Paul's back in the dugout and have not too many to chase, as we have a change in bowling. And we're going to have Oscar Dry, who's going to come in from the northern end, and he is a spinner by the looks of things as he comes in. Nicely picked up there from Daniel, just trying to sweep that around the corner, but again picking out the fielder, and no run taken on this occasion. As Dry in once again to Daniel, plays it straight back down the pitch and fielded by the bowler Dry. He's putting it on a good length early here, Dry. Oh, and that is a magnificent ball that beats the batter and the wicket keeper, and that goes through, and I think that'll be byes. No, got a bit of bat on that. So would you say that was a chance? A chance at caught behind, a pretty difficult one if we've got to be honest. Kept pretty low. So good bowling again as Dry joins the attack and continues on from the other very impressive bowling early here from Wellington, as Hickey just back in his crease, working it out to the man at point, and no run on this occasion for Hickey. This time a little bit shorter, bringing Hickey out of his crease, defending well back down the pitch. Fielded by a scampering Dry as he comes in to complete his first over. Drags this one short, not a lot of bounce though. Quite an unusual ball that. Bounced short and kept low. So a great over, great first over from Dry. Just the one run from it. As we look at the worm, as St Paul's will really want that worm to go north. As that completes 24 overs here in Darfield. Where a little bit of cloud cover's come across, which was not what I read in the forecast. It was supposed to be quite clear this afternoon, although it is only 11:30, so we'll give it a chance. As Henderson continues, drags this one a bit shorter. Nice shot there from Daniel. Just finding the gap nicely and jogging through to take a single and rotate the strike, and that'll bring Hickey on strike. Logan Hickey. Can you see what number that is? 88?
Yeah.
Number 88, Logan Hickey. Sometimes known as Brogan.
Shot.
And Brogan has hammered it straight down the pitch. And that's across the boundary for 4 runs. So Brogan into his work, off the mark with a beautifully hit 4 down the ground. There's Henderson in once again to Logan Hickey. Another good looking shot down the ground. This time picks out the fielder and they jog through for a single. So good batting this from Daniel and Hickey. There's Henderson in once again. And again, nicely played. Pressure on the field with a cheeky single there from Quintus Daniel. And with his pace, makes it down the other end reasonably comfortably. And just a bit of pressure being applied back on the Wellington team from the St Paul's outfit as they look to rebuild. Bringing Logan Hickey back on strike. Small change to the field. As Hickey readies himself now as Henderson comes in. That one dragged short and down the leg side and not called from the umpire. Might have got a touch on it. Well, he can't have got a touch on it because he caught it. So maybe he moved slightly inside it. Not sure. Lucky call maybe. As that completes 25 overs, so we're halfway through the innings now. In St Paul's, just 71 runs for the 3 wickets. It has not looked easy batting out there. So sometimes cricket can be very much a game of 2 innings. So again, we don't have a lot of data from pre-games here on this pitch to sort of gauge what a good pass score might be. But you would have to say that Wellington have bowled pretty well, and St Paul's just needing to rebuild here a little bit to try and launch an attack at the back end of this innings. As Dry continues from the northern end to Quintus Daniel. Again, good length here. This Dry looks to be pumping himself up, having a good conversation with himself there. As he comes in this time in a good length, and that's well hit down the ground. Will the ball get there? And it does, and it crosses the boundary stripe. And a great shot there from Quinn. So I'm sure that wasn't what Dry was talking about to himself. But good bowling. Pitching it up again, but Quintus Daniel with the counter punch and a well hit 4 runs. Oh, I don't know if he got a touch on that, but a good ball from Dry. Great response from him. Putting it on a really good length, just cramping Daniel up a little bit here. Good length again, but good contact from Daniel. This time he picks up the man who comes in from the boundary rope and does the fielding. And they scamper through for a single. And that'll bring Logan Hickey on strike, number 88. As he takes his time. And this time Dry in. This time a little bit shorter from Dry, bringing Hickey out of his crease again. Good solid defence though, and that ends the Dry over. And a good bit of applause there from the St Paul's tent, egging their men on. And 76 for 3. A good over that time from St Paul's. 5 from it. And that run rate at 2.9, so hasn't really got above 3. So that's what happens when wickets come. And as I said, doesn't look like easy batting out there. But it must be said that a pretty good bowling effort and fielding effort from this Wellington College team has put the pressure on St Paul's. Very few loose balls as Baker back into the attack now, into his 5th over, sorry. So we think that's what the confusion was. He was going to come back a few overs ago, but because he left the field after his first stint, I think there is a rule where you must be back on the field for a certain amount of time before you can bowl. And this time Quintus Daniel has ramped the ball, and it's raced away to the boundary for 4 runs. So great inventive stuff there from Quintus Daniel, using the pace of the ball and getting that away for 4 runs. As the run rate now moves up to 3.0 runs and over. So heading in the right direction now, the run rate. As Quintus Daniel is on strike to Baker. And a good ball there from Baker. And great running from the St Paul's team, just trying to keep things going. And that's met by huge applause from the St Paul's dugout. So good to see. They can be just as chirpy as the Wellington boys from the dugout. As the chat does continue from Wellington. As the bowler comes in, Baker this time.
Good running, Quinny.
And great running that time. And met by huge applause again from the St Paul's dugout. And then met again by plenty of chat from Wellington. So good stuff here. Wellington boys trying to support their field and support the bowler, trying to take another wicket. And of course the St Paul's boys just urging their team on to build this partnership and set a good total. As Baker in this time just turned off his legs this time, and there won't be a run on this occasion. And a dot ball. So an intriguing little part of the match going on now, with St Paul's looking to bust the shackles and pile on some runs, and of course Wellington desperate to take another couple of wickets and really put St Paul's back on their heels. There's a great looking shot there from Quintus Daniel out towards the boundary. Sweeper out there, comes around, fields the ball, and just the 1 run. Another good over there from St Paul's. And they move on to 83 for 3. 27 overs. Run rate now 3.1. There's some great support there from the mums. It's good to see and good to hear. Come all this way down here, supporting the St Paul's boys well. Right, so we have got Dry in again after a very good first couple of overs. He's into his 3rd now. And he's into Daniel, who defends it back down the pitch. Again, good bowling this. Just pushing the batsman back in their crease. Sure, they're wanting to come forward and free the arms, but good tight bowling, just restricting. What will Daniel do with this one? And he's hit it through the gap and trots through for a comfortable single, just turning the strike over nicely, these guys. And that'll bring Logan Hickey on strike again. As Dry comes into Hickey and just plays that down the pitch again. And no run on this occasion as we're coming up to 11:45 here. And already into the 28th over. So the match well progressed now as Dry in. And just turned off his legs. Good strong calling there from number 88, Logan Hickey. And of course, Quintus Daniel coming running down the pitch.
It's definitely not legs calling. That's calling.
And Daniel now on strike to Dry. Oh, and that is a beautiful little touch there from Quintus Daniel. Guides that down there and a good first run, quick turn, and comes back for a comfortable 2 runs there. And that completes another over and another good one there from St Paul's. So going well, and as we look at the run rate worm, it's heading more uppy than downy. So it's what you want in a good run rate worm. And no dots for a little while. Certainly don't want to put the commentator's curse on it. But 87 for 3 now, into the 29th over. Daniel 28, Hickey on 7. And it will be Baker again into his 6th over from the southern end. A couple of small changes to the field here. And he lines up. And he will be coming in to Logan Hickey, who defends that back down the pitch. Good ball and well defended from the batsman Hickey. So coming to you live here from the beautiful Darfield Cricket Club in Darfield. Welcome our viewers from around New Zealand and around the world as Logan Hickey plays it back down the pitch for no run. I'm joined here in the commentary box by none other than Sarah Bell. You might remember her from such scoring escapades as 3 days ago. She got asked to join the New Zealand scoring team. So I can now introduce her as New Zealand representative scorer Sarah Bell. Oh, and that's a bit fuller this time from Baker. And just through to the umpire. No run on this occasion. Let's see, Sarah, one of the top 2 scorers at St Paul's. Although I'm not sure, has Carly Joel ever scored for New Zealand?
No.
That might put you on top.
No.
It might put you on top, Sarah, as Baker comes in once again and just played out to a forward gully, backward point, maybe more of a backward point position, and no run on this occasion. So I'm going to go ahead and call it. Sorry, Carly. We have got St Paul's number 1 scorer sitting with us here at Darfield as Baker in once again, and well defended there. The old drop and run, and good running there from Brogan. Logan Hickey caught up with a few of the boys yesterday and tried to get a bit of intel on some nicknames. Some interesting stuff came up. Boys obviously having a rest day, so a few of them spent some time in central Christchurch. as that ball goes through, left alone by Quintus Daniel and through to the keeper. And that ends another very tidy Baker over. So you can see on the Manhattan there a few more buildings starting to appear. So maybe it's moving from Morrinsville to Hamilton now, the Manhattan skyline.
Heading towards Auckland.
Yes, yep, they'll be looking to chuck a couple of sky towers in there towards the tail end of this innings. So yeah, we spent a good bit of time in central Christchurch, which really is quite the vibrant centre these days, after obviously the devastating earthquakes and significant rebuild. Managed to see the new stadium, and won't that be a magnificent facility for Christchurch, as it is dry in once again into Logan Hickey. Nice looking shot there from Hickey, just coming forward and playing it nicely back down the pitch. No run on this occasion. So after many years of Christchurch really suffering, it is really blossoming away with a lot of new buildings, and that central business district really is quite nice. Obviously the Avon River winding its way through. I know that Sarah was pretty keen to take a punt down the river. She did suggest it to the boys to duck into town for a quick punt, and they looked a bit confused, as I don't think any of them are of age that they can hit the TAB yet. But she had to remind them it was the other kind of punting. Down the Avon is dry in to Logan Hickey, who just plays it away. No run on this occasion. So the batting's certainly not easy out there, but these guys making a real fist of it. As Hickey, it's a good looking shot down the ground, and he runs through for a single, and that ends the dry over. So yeah, Canterbury or Christchurch really quite the vibrant South Island city now, as we look at the worm, and it is starting to head northward, so that's good. The Riverside markets, vibrant yesterday. So, well done Canterbury. Christchurch back on its feet. And it had a really good feel to it on a Saturday morning. A lot of people out, last minute Christmas shopping. And it did seem like a nice, busy, good, clean, tidy, safe city. So 30 overs gone, just 20 remaining. And we have got Bridgman, and he's going to be coming in from the different end, and he's into his 6th over now. And again defended back down the pitch from Hickey. Oh, and that is a great piece of fielding. Looked like a nice shot there from Hickey. We thought it might have just snuck through and pierced the field, but diving to his right, one-handed, takes the jeepers. What's happened there?
No ball.
That is a no ball. It slipped out of the top of his hand, through to the keeper on the full, and unfortunately for him, it is actually technically a no ball. Bit of a miss bowl, but picks up the free hit. And of course the fielders can't move in a free hit, so they've been told to get back into position, and Logan Hickey has hit that all the way for 6 runs. Oh no, 4 runs, just inside the boundary by the looks of things. Oops. So as back to the action here. So a bit of controversy as the ball hit the rope on the way out. I'm not sure if that was a 4 or a 6, but anyway, it was a beautiful shot from Logan Hickey. So we do have a new bowler here.
Is it?
Or is it?
No, I think it's still Oscar. But
No, I think it is still Oscar Dry, who continues into his 5th over now. Bowling well, just the 11 runs. As a reverse sweep attempt, big shout from the Wellington boys, but not out on this occasion. And just a dot ball as Logan Hickey comes down. Bit of a chat, chance to regroup, reset things from Quintus Daniel down this end. And played back down the pitch nicely there by Daniel. As the sun comes out now, really has turned into a pleasant day here as Dry comes in. And a diving misfield there from Wellington, and they scamper through for a single there. As Dry comes in once again, this time to Logan Hickey, plays it back down and fielded by Dry. Good tight bowling this from Wellington again. As he comes in to complete his 5th over. A little bit shorter this time, but again, same result, no run, well defended by Hickey. And that completes 32 overs here. As number 9 comes over, defending the boundary out here. Must be a great player, plenty of chat. See how he goes with the bat later on. But lots of chat from the Wellington team, egging their team on now. They have bowled particularly well, to be honest, taking the 3 quick wickets and restricting St Paul's to just 95 runs at the moment. As Bridgman, the man, now coming in into his 7th over. bowling very well. Just the 18 runs off his overs, and again another dot ball. Just going at 2.6 runs and over. Another one of the good Wellington bowlers here, putting St Paul's under the pump. As Daniel comes down the pitch, plays it nicely. Man coming in off the rope and fielding it nicely, and that completes another tidy over. And St Paul's 98 for 3 after 33 overs, and that's exactly 3 runs and over, so they'll be looking to try and push on from here. Good little partnership here from Daniel and Hickey. Bit of a rebuild. So Dry in once again into his 6th over. And again, very tight bowling from another one of these good Wellington bowlers here. As Hickey looks to free the arms, and he's beaten the field on this occasion. And that races away for 4 runs, just a little bit full this time from Dry. One of the few opportunities given up from this Wellington team. And that brings up the St Paul's 100, and just halfway through the 33rd over. So 103 now. So Dry, ball back in his hand, coming in from the northern end. This time to Hickey, who turns it off his legs nicely. And picks off a single. So keeps the strike, or sorry, rotates the strike nicely. And defended away this time. Good ball there from Dry. And diving outstretched arms of Dry, trying to save that run. Might have hurt his elbow. No, I think he's okay. Sometimes you can dive on these harder bits of the pitch. Obviously significantly harder than the outfield. So that's drinks here. So St Paul's looking to build nicely. 105 for 3. You'd say that Wellington certainly still on top here. Just 3 wickets though, so I know that St Paul's do bat deep, and they'll be looking to just keep consolidating on here. As we stop for a drinks break, St Paul's 105 for 3 after the 34 overs. Some good bowling from Bridgman and Dry at the moment, just going for around those 3 runs and over. So we're back to the action after a quick drinks break. Welcome back to the action here. So, would you say it's evenly poised? You would say that you'd have to say that Wellington are on top. We've got a new bowler to the crease, which is, we're not sure just yet, but we will
We'll stand by.
stand by. Sarah is going to find out here. So 34 overs into this match, and you'd have to say that the pendulum is swinging, or has swung, to Wellington, although this partnership now, so Daniel on 33 and Hickey on 19, Tom Wilkinson. So he's going to come in from the southern end here in Darfield, and he'll be bowling to Quintus Daniel. So good first ball for Wilkinson, pitching it up nicely, with Daniel looking to just turn it down on the offside. And no run, so good start from Wilkinson. Oh, and again, a big shout. No interest from the umpire. A little bit of a half-hearted shout, to be fair. I think more excitement that he beat the outside edge. It really was a good ball, but no real appeal from the wicket-keeper. It's a good start here from Wilkinson, pushing the batsman back in his crease. Daniel obviously just wanting to have a bit of a look at the new bowler as he comes into Daniel this time, advancing down the pitch, out to the man, no, bounces safely, a couple of bounces into his hands, freeing the arms, and great work there from Daniel, and that'll bring Logan Hickey on strike. There's Wilkinson in this time and defended back down the pitch, bringing Hickey forward. So good opening over here. Just the one run from it, with just the one ball remaining. And defended away there. Logan Hickey looking to free his arms a little bit there, not quite getting a hold of it. And that's a good first over from Wilkinson. Just the one run from it.
Is that what taboo?
So I think it is dry to continue, or is it?
Oh, he's blonder.
Yeah, no, I think we do have a change in bowling. Is this not? I think it's Lucas Henderson who's going to swap ends. So spinners swapping ends here for Wellington, and it seems to be doing the trick, because the St Paul's batters really struggling to get them away, although building reasonably nicely here. And that's a nice shot there from Quintus Daniel, just squeezing the ball out, I think, to Wilkinson, the fielder. Is Henderson in from the northern end this time to Hickey, who turns that away fine. Fielder comes sliding in, makes a good stop. And just a single there. So that's the 50-run partnership between Daniel and Hickey, so well done. There's a big shout again, but no wicket there, just through to the keeper without a touch. Plenty of excitement from the field from this Wellington team, trying to get another wicket. Oh, and that's beautifully played there, just a little bit over pitch this time. Don't think it'll go all the way. And nicely fielded. Good chase out there on the boundary. He had plenty of work to do. But they come back for a comfortable 2 runs. It was nicely played there from Quintus Daniel. Just coming forward, catching it on the full and turning it round the corner. And this time, just defending it back down the pitch. And no run on this occasion. So Henderson in to complete his 6th over. And just lets that one go through to the wicket keeper. And no run taken. And that completes his 6th over. Just 21 runs. And the Worm trying to make its way northward. So good partnership this for St Paul's. Obviously just the 14 overs remaining. So they'll be looking to start to push the tempo a little bit with the 7 wickets in hand, although it doesn't look easy as Wilkinson comes in from the southern end this time and defended back down the pitch from Hickey. Fielded there and no run on this occasion. Wilkinson in. Good fielding there from Wellington. Just the single on this occasion. Popped up in the air this time, but falling safely from Daniel. Just wanting to come forward and start to push the tempo of this innings a little bit. And nicely played. That beats the man. There's a cover sweeper out there who comes around and they scamper through for a single, and that'll bring Logan Hickey on strike to Wilkinson, who's into his 2nd over, bowling well. And good looking shot there, but again just finding the fielders. So this is good captaincy and good field placing. Seems to be about 30 of them out there as far as St Paul's is concerned. Probably both noise-wise as well as everywhere they hit it, there seems to be a Wellington fielder. So good stuff from them. A lot of energy in the field. And they'll just be trying to complete these last 13 overs without giving away too many runs. And of course, St Paul's will be looking to launch a bit of an attack now. Here's Henderson in for his 7th over from the northern end to Daniel, who's moved through to 38 runs. That's a full toss this time. Oh, and it's gone under the fielder. Bit of a misfield there, and they come back for 2 runs. Ball keeping very low and just ducking under the fielder. Was hit reasonably hard and low. This time just left alone by Daniel and through to the keeper. He's moved on to 40 now, Daniel, so looking good. As Henderson comes in once again and defended back down the pitch. I am impressed with Henderson. He does whip through the balls very quickly. As a batsman, you're through the over before you really know it. And defended again there. And Henderson in once again. That one a bit shorter. But again, back down the pitch. And fielded there. And no run. This one just turned off his legs onto the offside, out to the fielder at square leg and no run. So another good over there from Wilkinson. So 2 overs, just the 3 runs from it. Oh, that wasn't even Wilkinson, sorry. That was Henderson, sorry. But Wilkinson has bowled the 2 overs for just the 3 runs, and he's going to come on from the southern end now. Sun just disappearing a little bit, and just a bit colder now as Wilkinson continues again. And Logan Hickey coming forward and defending. And this time Hickey freeing the arms a bit. Good diving save. Just squirts out of his hands a bit. And they run through to take a single. And that will bring Quintus Daniel on strike. He'll be facing Wilkinson into his 3rd over. Very miserly bowling, giving away very few runs as it's nicely hit back down the ground. And turning over the strike nicely here. Wilkinson in again, this time to Logan Hickey. Just looking to really get a hold of that one. No real timing this time from Hickey. So Wellington with the spin attack, whipping through their balls very, very quickly, which this time a bit shorter, a bit more room for Hickey to free the arms, hits it back down the ground. Only the single taken on that occasion. And that's a nice shot down the ground. Again, just the single as the boundary well defended at the southern end of the ground, and that completes another good over there from Wilkinson. 3 overs, just the 7 runs. And this partnership building now, the 60 runs. So 118 for 3, just 11 overs left. So sure that St Paul's have a bit of a target in mind. Has certainly not looked easy batting out there. Combination of potentially the conditions as well as a very good Wellington bowling attack, giving up very few runs as Henderson this time comes in. That is paddled around the corner really finely and well timed, and Daniel picks up another 2 runs. No, I wouldn't say it's a slow outfield, but it's certainly not a rocket like they've been used to on some of the other fields this week. Obviously the conditions in Lincoln, magnificent for cricket, first class grounds. Darfield Cricket Club is in absolutely magnificent conditions, but perhaps
running loads.
Just not quite as fast as an outfield. And they race through for a single there. So good running from St Paul's. They know now that they're going to have to start going after the runs if they're going to post a total that's going to be competitive against what I'm sure to be is a pretty good Wellington batting attack. As Henderson in once again. And Logan Hickey plays it back down the ground for a single. What was that noise?
It was your phone, I think.
Was it?
Yeah.
It's never made that noise before. It's like a news bulletin coming through.
Oh my God.
And Quintus Daniel has walked down the pitch and just mistimed that, or missed the ball altogether. No harm done, just a dot ball. This one a bit shorter and hooked nicely. And that ball will... Oh, that is magnificent fielding out there on the boundary from the Wellington fielder.
That is very good.
Coming around at 100 miles an hour, full stretch, got down, tapped the ball in. That has definitely saved at least 2 runs there. So, great fielding. And it has been a very energetic Wellington field. Has given away nothing. Some very miserly economical bowling with good support from the field has put St Paul's under the pump a little bit. Just 124 on the board for 3. Again, We don't really know what a good pass score here is at Darfield. Haven't got too much data on past games over the last little while, so batting first, always a bit of a challenge. What to set? 10 overs left though. And what can St Paul's Collegiate do? Just the 3 wickets down as Wilkinson comes in. And Hickey just,
Good fielding.
again, good fielding from Wellington. Scampering through for a single, but a good dive to his right hand side, getting down low, stopping the ball, and Quintus Daniel has gone for it, and he's been given out just a bit of glove, I think, and it popped up for the wicket keeper, and unfortunately Quintus Daniel has to depart on 47. Caught Jackson, bowled Wilkinson, so good innings there from Quintus Daniel. Unfortunately,
Don't know mine, son.
as Finn Bell comes in, and he'll join Logan Hickey. Finn Bell, known for his big hitting, and the stage is set for a perfect Finn Bell innings. Not here for a long time, just a good time. And he obviously will be spearheading the St Paul's bowling attack. So he's seen his batsman struggling out there, and he'll be licking his lips to get the ball in his hand. But he's got a job to do here with the bat. Does Bell. Tall lad who will be looking to free his arms. But we'll see what he can do. It certainly has not looked like easy batting out there. So good partnership comes to an end. And Wellington get the breakthrough they were looking for and just keep applying pressure to the St Paul's outfit. As Wilkinson comes in once again after picking up his first wicket, and that's well hit to start with from Bell, well fielded, and just 1 run there. So a good contact early up from Bell, out towards the boundary. But just the 1 run as Wilkinson comes in this time, and Logan Hickey finds the man in at cover, and no run on this occasion. So Wilkinson really bowling well now, picking up his first wicket, the valuable one, that of Quintus Daniel. This time a little bit fuller. And Logan Hickey just trying to get the ball away, which has proved pretty difficult for all of the St Paul's batsmen today. As he comes in again and hit nicely down the ground from Logan. They'll look for 2, and Finn Bell with some good running there, putting pressure on the field,
Lost me with
Coming
all
back.
of that excitement.
comes back for 2 runs. So Bell underway, he's on 1, Hickey 27, and the Manhattan pretty consistent all the way through, and that's been the result of some pretty good bowling here, must be said, from this quality Wellington outfit. And it will be Henderson to come in, and he'll be bowling his 9th over. He continues from the northern end this time to Bell. And Bell, good contact, great hand-eye coordination from Bell. Onto it early. And out there towards the boundary, and he scampers through for a singles. He looks good early. I've got a nervous mother beside me. I'm supremely confident, Sarah, so don't worry. As Logan Hickey defends the ball back down the pitch. Good bowling again from Henderson. And Logan digs that ball out. Oh, there's been a mix-up.
Oh,
Oh,
Lord.
so must be said, a little bit of a miscommunication there in the batting, and there was calls of yes, no, maybe, and probably a few other words towards the end. And Finn Bell picks this ball nicely, picks it up nicely, and hits it strongly, but again, well-positioned field. Man on the boundary comes in, scoops up the ball and restricts it to 1. Rigging Logan Hickey on strike, who hits that down the ground nicely.
Nice legs.
Again, man comes in out off the boundary in the deep, just the single. So St Paul's looking to free the arms, but again, Wellington seem to have about 30 men on the field. Everywhere a ball goes, there's a Wellington fielder. So great captaincy and great field positions, bowling to their field, and doing a good job of restricting the St Paul's outfit. As again we see the worm trying its best to head up the page. The dots evenly spread through the innings. Just 4 wickets down. And a bit of a launching pad here. So St Paul's with plenty of batting to come. 6 wickets, all of which can bat. That being said, there's no point giving your wicket away on what looks to be a reasonably difficult wicket. And good bowling again from Wilkinson. As he comes in again. And he hits that one down the ground again, picks out the man in the deep. Good looking shot from Hickey this time. As the man comes in off the rope. Again, just finding the field. Really struggling to find the boundary, St Paul's, as Wilkinson comes in again. This time a bit shorter, and that hasn't just found the boundary, it has gone flying over it. And Finn Bell has hit it for 6. Magnificent shot. Mum's nerves have just calmed a little. No, they haven't. Still nervous. Minor. That was a magnificent shot there. As Wilkinson in once again. And Finn Bell hits this one down the ground. And unfortunately, he's found the man in the deep. And they take the wicket. And unfortunately, after a hefty blow for 6, Finn Bell finds the man in the deep. It was a nice shot down the ground, but not quite middled. And he finds the man.
Pardon?
And Bell departs on 9 of just 5 balls. And Mackay Murray comes in. The wicket keeper for St Paul's, year 10. Just a young fella with plenty of cricketing experience under his belt. And he's got a bit of experience with these Wellington boys. Obviously ex-Wellington player. So he will be licking his lips at the opportunity to get stuck into a bit of this bowling attack from Wellington. So, after a short cameo from Bell, Murray is in there and he joins Logan Hickey. Mackay Murray joins Logan Hickey. 139 for 5 now, St Paul's. And just the 7.2 overs remaining. Again, who knows what a pass score is. It's hard to tell. But I do feel, I think both Sarah and I are in agreement, that this bowling has been extremely good from this Wellington side, and yes, and backed up by the field. Very few misfields. I tell you what, and the placement of the field must be noted as well. They've done well as Wilkinson comes in. So just a young fella, Wilkinson, and getting plenty of support from the older boys in the team. It's good to see. But he's now into his 5th over, picking up the 2 wickets as well. The valuable wickets of Bell and also Daniel. So, no doubt his captain will be really happy with his efforts. So that's 5 overs for Wilkinson now, picking up 2 wickets, just the 18 runs. And it'll be Henderson to continue again into his... He's just got the 1 over left. He's bowled really well as well. No wickets for Henderson. but just the 33 runs from his 9 overs as the sun comes out here in Darfield. And Logan Hickey just trying to work the ball away. Again, straight to the man. I think Wilkinson, the bowler who's standing out at point now, fields the ball. Oh, and the ball just drifting a little bit wide this time from Henderson. Actually, that's something that must be said. Very disciplined bowling from Wellington as well. Not a lot of wides or extras. And this time, Hickey just defending it back down the pitch. No run on this occasion. Bit of a faster ball this time from Henderson. Oh, and good pressure from the batsman. And they took off for a quick single. Put a bit of pressure on the field. I think he looked up. Just ran over the top of the ball this time. And the ball sneaks through and they managed to get there and back for the 2 runs. Valuable runs these now for St Paul's. Moving on to 141 for 5. And this time he's hit it in the air, in the deep. Man coming around and taking the catch. So unfortunately, Hickey has to depart, just needing to get things moving there. And having to take a bit of a risk, unfortunately. Good innings from Logan Hickey. Came in, got some tough runs in the middle of the innings there. And it looks like Leighton Birch coming. Big hitter of the ball, just what St Paul's need here. And he'll join Mackay Murray in the middle. So Wellington all going to plan for them at this stage. Here in Darfield, gateway to the Southern Alps. I heard there's a hell of a bakery out here, but unfortunately closed on a Sunday. So we might never know.
That was disappointing to see that.
Speaking of bakeries, I could go a cold beer. Anyhow, back to the action now, and Wellington well on top here at 41 for 6, just the 6.1 overs to go as Leighton Birch comes in. Good looking shot, digs one out. It's a good ball. Tough nut to get first up, but negotiated well.
Grandma's looking nervous.
Nice and full. And just a wide there. So I might have jinxed poor Henderson after saying that he's been very good. And he's given away a wide here. And Birch turns that off his toes nicely, and he's underway. Again, finds the man. Bit of a misfield this time, an uncharacteristic misfield. And Birch comes back, great running, picks up 2 runs. So Birch underway, and Murray yet to score. So
I'm just going to... I made a little boo-boo.
Sarah's made a little boo-boo, and she's going to just fix up the scorecard, so don't mind the graphics at this point in stage. So it will be Wilkinson again into his 6th over, and he joins a long list of successful bowlers today here for Wellington. And with just 6 overs remaining, so just the 36 balls, what kind of total can St Paul's muster here? Great looking shot from Mackay Murray, using his feet nicely, coming down to the pitch of the ball and working it down the ground for a comfortable single. So Leighton Birch, year 12. And St Paul's.
Yeah, 100%.
St Paul's needs a hero here. And is it going to be Birch? Certainly got the ability to get fast runs at the back end of this innings. Coming forward, conservatively defended. as Wilkinson comes in, and Birch, and it's gone. Oh, he's done magnificently well, the fielder. That is a class piece of work as it was over the boundary. He leapt backwards, and that was fantastic from Jones. That is awesome. Right here in front of us in the commentary box, we thought it was going to clear him, but he said, not on my watch. He leapt up, and he caught the ball. This time, Birch in the air again, full safe. Coming back to that catch, I'll describe it for you. It was going over his head, probably leapt at least, he leapt at least 2 or 3 feet in the air, over the boundary.
Let's say 6.
Caught it, released the ball, back into the field of play, saving 6 runs. So things heating up here in the middle. Birch looking to take to the attack, and Wellington equal to the challenge with some good fielding like that. As McAmurray on strike this time. He plays a nice shot down the ground. Good looking shot. Picking up the single. Right, so we have got Bridgman into the attack, and he's swapped ends again. I think he started from this end, did a few from the other end, and back into the northern end. He's bowled very well. Again, like many of the Wellington bowlers, very economical. Just 19 runs from his current 7 overs. So he's into Mackay Murray this time. This time it's a bit full, but Murray has picked out the man, and he's hit it straight to him, and he too has to depart. Unfortunate there, but St Paul's just in the position where they have to push the tempo now.
Oh, it brings in Barry. Here we go, Bezza.
And it brings in the captain.
Is it?
No, it's Shimmer Fletcher by the looks of things.
It brings in the petite corner. Captain of the petite corner.
Captain of the petite corner.
Yes.
I'm not sure what that means, but we'll go with it. Now, the boys were telling me a bit of a nickname for Leighton Birch. Something to do with a haircut, which those of you that have seen my hairstyle would know I don't really know much about.
Which fade is it?
So Fletcher will join none other than Burst Fade Birch, self-named that after his haircut apparently. He's looking good out there on 7 off just 6 balls, and Fletcher, no stranger to the bat, can open the batting on occasion, and he'll be looking to free the arms. This time it's a bit short, and it's turned around the corner beautifully, and there's a big gap back there. And that is great running. Burst Fade Birch makes it back for 3 runs.
Just like he was on the track yesterday.
Absolutely, yeah. He was. We did do a bit of go-kart racing, and Birch was one of the fastest men on track. This time has to do it by foot. So Bridgman and to Birch this time, just advancing, looking to free the arms and try and clear the field. On this occasion, the bowler wins and Bridgman picks up a dot ball. This time into Birch. And again, just turned around the corner. And that is magnificent running. And they get back for 2. So every run valuable here for St Paul's. Just over 4 overs remaining here in Darfield as Bridgman comes in to finish his 8th over. And this time
Good running, Shim.
that is good running, good backing up. And they get through for the single, and that ends the over. Another pretty good one from Bridgman. As we look at the run rate there on the worm, a lot of dots at the end of that after a good inning, good partnership from Hickey and Daniel. And it'll be Wilkinson in again for his 7th over. Just 4 remaining. And Wilkinson in again.
They've stuffed the scoring.
Sorry, Wilkinson in this time, and that's hit down the ground by Birch. Not well enough to carry to the man in the deep, so well placed there from Birch. Sporting his burst fade haircut. And we've got Wilkinson, and he is in to his 7th over. Oh, and a bit of a reverse from Shimmer Fletcher. Bit of a gap down there behind the bowler, and it's gone for 4. So great bit of inventive batting there from Shimmer Fletcher. So St Paul's just trying to build a total that they can try and defend after a day of pretty tight bowling here from Wellington, backed up by the field as well as Wilkinson in. And he goes for it again. This time the timing not quite there. Wilkinson just bringing the man back there now. Oh, and Shimmer Fletcher, good batsman, sees the change in field. And good running there from Fletcher and Birch. Getting back to complete 2. All valuable runs here for St Paul's. Again, we don't know what the pitch is playing like. So unsure as what a good pass score is, but it must be said that this Wellington attack has performed pretty well. St Paul's with their own attack though will be licking their lips at the opportunity to get out there with the ball as Wilkinson comes in. Hit down the ground. Yes. Oh, and good pressure on the field there. Another 2 runs to the total, and great running from Birch and Fletcher here. Yeah, I think direct hits, then they're probably back in the pavilion. But hey, at this point in the game, may as well take a few risks. Still 3 wickets in hand, and a big appeal. But the back foot, I don't think it left the ground. And Shimmer Fletcher well within his ground. Not a huge appeal from the wicketkeeper, to be honest with you. And just a drink being run out here to Birch and to Fletcher.
Oh, Shim's hot. All that running.
So just the 18 legitimate deliveries left. And what can St Paul's do here? Run rate now up to 3.5, so heading in the right direction. And I think that St Paul's, what would we be looking at? 20 runs off 18 balls. I think that's probably a minimum that they'll be hoping for, getting them through to that 186, 185 mark. So we'll say 180 is probably a minimum from here. Well hit there. Out to the man again.
Yes, Shim.
And Shimmer makes his ground well. And they come back for 3. Really is good running there from St Paul's. Good awareness. Oh, and he's got one short again. So just the 2. Just the 2. So that's the second time St Paul's called for one short, which I guess happens when you're going for very, very quick runs. Just having to get their bat over the line for the runs to be recorded. And Shimmer just off the cue end of the bat this time. But Leighton Birch, presence of mind to say, I'm coming down the pitch no matter what, and you better get down the other end as Birch. And that's a wide ball. So Leighton just let that go through. He'll take the extra run and the extra ball as Birch now not quite getting a hold of that one. And again, great running from Birch. Oh, and he's one short again.
Oh my God, late.
So just the one run and all that work, and they've missed out on 3 now, as this time he hits it out and they'll just jog through for the single. So unfortunately, Birch just not quite getting his bat. I think it's got to go past the crease. Sometimes the batsman might pop it down on top of the crease. So unfortunate, but that's well hit from Shimmer. Fletcher whips it away off his legs and away to the boundary for a much needed 4 runs for St Paul's. So this tail starting to wag a little bit here, up to 176.
Go Shim.
Shimmer Fletcher on to 15 runs off just the 8 balls.
Change in the field.
Change in the field now. What will he do? As Bridgman in this time. Shimmer with a big swing. No contact on this occasion. And that ends the Bridgman over, and we've just got 12 balls left. And if we said run a ball, gets them through to 188, which I think St Paul's would be a little bit disappointed with, but you can only do what you can do with this bowling attack restricting you at every chance. So again, it'll be interesting to see what happens in the second innings of this game. So Wilkinson, the young fella, in again, who's bowled really well. This is 8th over, picked up the 2 wickets already, and he'll be looking to add to that tally. There's Leighton Birch on strike. Beautiful bowling. Birch coming forward, and Wilkinson pitching it up nicely, and no chance of getting a run off that ball as he comes in once again. This time a bit shorter, pops it up. He's found the gap.
Chipping, dude. God, please have got your bat over.
And this time he ran all the way there and back. And picks up the 2 runs on this occasion. So Wilkinson into Birch again this time. This time well pitched up, dug out nicely by Birch, but only able to get the single. This really is good bowling from the young fellow Wilkinson. So the batsman will be looking to pounce on any bad bowling, which there hasn't been a lot of to speak of throughout this innings. And Shimmer Fletcher, the man on strike to Wilkinson. And again from the southern end. And it's well hit. It might drop short. No, the bowler makes it all the way out. Went straight up in the air from Fletcher. And Wilkinson picks up his 3rd wicket. Sorry about the commentary. I actually thought the ball was coming out towards us rather than straight up in the air. I thought it was going to land safely, but the bowler caught and bowled, and he picks up his 3rd wicket, so he really has bowled well. As Caleb De Bruyne makes his way to the middle, just 8 balls remaining, and the 2 wickets in hand. So, bit of a licence here for the big fella. 6'4", year 11, fast bowler. And he'll be looking to free the arms, but again, not the opportunities here. Good bowling again from Wilkinson.
Let's go, Tom. Let's go, Wilkie.
And just the 2 balls left as Wilkinson comes in, drags this one a bit short. It's well hit, but the man coming around makes the field, fires it in nicely. And just the single. That'll bring Birch on strike. He's moved through to 18. And this Wilkinson's last ball. Well pitched up. And that ends a magnificent spell of bowling there from Wilkinson. 8 overs, 3 wickets for 38. Tiny bit expensive in his last couple of overs, but to be expected when you're bowling at the death. But still, just the 38 runs from 8 overs. And just the 6 balls remaining here for St Paul's. And Leighton Birch, he'll be on strike. Burst fade Birch. It's what he likes to be called. I think he had a bit of a conference with the boys and he said, you can call me Burst fade. Burst fade Birch, referring to the haircut, apparently. Not sure what a burst fade actually is. Not sure that I could get one. I've heard of a low taper fade. Must be some sort of derivative of that. As he tries to reverse sweep that ball. Not making contact on that occasion, and just 5 balls remaining here. 181 for 8 St Paul's. As Bridgman, the man, comes in. Ooh, comes forward. Small fumble by the wicketkeeper. Missed opportunity to take the bails off on that occasion. But a dot ball probably just as valuable for this Wellington team. As Bridgman in once again. This time gets a hold of it. Just chipped it up in the air though. So actually not quite getting a hold of it. And falling short of the man coming forward from the rope. Through for a single. Caleb De Bruyne now with just 3 balls. And that's well pitched up again. And Caleb does well to get contact on the ball. Gets it through for a single. Bringing Birch back on strike. So this really is good bowling at the death. Good full pitch, on their toes bowling. As this time the ball squirts through backward of the wicket. And no signal from the umpire. So off the bat, somewhat of a miss-hit. And the last ball of the match, or the innings, sorry now, Caleb De Bruyne on strike. He lines it up, he hits it down the ground nicely. Has it pierced the field? No. Great fielding once again from Wellington, who cut it off. And they get to 2 runs. And 186 for 8. And they have got something to bowl at. So 186 for 8. So once again, a magnificent bowling effort from this Wellington side. But St Paul's bowling their full allotment of 50 overs without being dismissed. So it really is hard to tell whether it's a combination of it being a slightly harder to bat on pitch or whether it was all this magnificent bowling from Wellington. But 186 for 8. So 187 to win for this Wellington team. We will return in about a half an hour's time and continue this match. But an intriguing battle, but I think advantage Wellington as we see the Manhattans there building towards the tail end of that innings. So 3.7 runs and over will be required by Wellington to take the victory. So we'll see what happens when we return for the action in the second half. Right, welcome back to the innings. Oh, sorry, the action. And we are going to get underway with the Wellington innings. Sorry, we've been having a beautiful lunch, which is all laid out in front of us. So we're just trying to load the game up. But welcome along to our viewers around the place. And the situation is that St Paul's managed to get through to 186 and so 187. So Finn Bell in from the northern end. Oh, and it's a good ball early. Huge shout from Mrs. Bell sitting next to me. Gave me a bit of a fright actually.
And myself.
So, hey, a good start here from Bell. And I think he's into Bridgman.
No.
Bridgman? No. Fowler. Fowler. We think Fowler. Yep. So we will confirm, but I think it's Fowler on strike. We will confirm that as Bell comes in from the northern end. And that's a good ball, but well turned off his legs there. From Fowler, we believe the man is. We'll go with Fowler until it's not.
What the fuck are they on about?
And coming back for 2 runs. So plenty of chirp in the field from St Paul's. Bit of payback, I think. There was plenty in the field from Wellington. Good competitive stuff from both teams. As Bell comes in this time. Oh, and he's caught him! Caught behind. Oh no, must have been
Oh my god!
pad, I guess. Big noise. Must have been pad, I guess.
Oh my lord!
All happening here early. Great bowling from Finn Bell. Umpire unmoved at the other end. There was a noise, but could have been the noise of the pad as it goes past the batsman. As Finn Bell steaming in from the northern end to Fowler this time. All well played. Looking to play aggressively, Fowler. Back down the pitch. And the St Paul's boys really up for this. They would have loved to grab that early wicket, but it does have to hit the bat. Or I guess it'd be straighter. It needs to be straighter. If it can hit you on the pad and be LBW. But I don't think that's what the appeal was for.
Calm myself down now.
Right.
Oh my lord.
Nervous mother next to me as her son, Finn Bell, comes in from the northern end. Well hit down the ground from Fowler. No run on this occasion.
I gotta fall back.
Right, a great
Could we
game
zoom
here.
in a little bit, please?
Oh yes, sorry, I've forgotten to zoom.
From Jerome.
Sorry, Jerome. It's all happening early here. Now I've lost my mouse. Here we go. Zooming in now as Finn Bell comes in. In we come. About, I reckon that's probably a good angle there. No, that's probably a bit close. Oh, I'm zooming in. That looks pretty good there. We're still in the innings break for some reason.
Is that because it's not meant to have started yet? Is it the timing or?
No, the scoring. Sorry, small apology with the graphics here. No, Sarah Bell, she's figured it out. Of course she's figured it out. As we have got Jay Bennyfield, number 44, in from the southern end now. First over, Bell, just the 2 runs from it. Big appeal. But I think the consensus is that it took a big nick off the pad. And correct decision made by the umpire. But all happening out there is Bennyfield, number 44, in from the southern end. Caught on the pad. There's a shout, bit of a stifled shout there. And they make it through for a leg bye. And that'll bring Fowler back on strike.
Oh, I've got your drink of choice.
As I reach for my antioxidant mixed berry flavoured vitamin water. Now I've actually got a blue Powerade here as well, Mountain Blast. So
Do you know what? I tried
Stay
to find you a
hydrated.
lemon lime Gatorade. And I
couldn't find one. Yeah, maybe it's a North
Oh.
Island thing, do you think? The
Maybe.
lemon lime Gatorade. Can't seem to find too much down in the South Island. There's a good ball there from Bennyfield. Just glanced down from the batsman through to the keeper. So we've got one slip in here. Burst Fade Birch, as he likes to be known, which I have had confirmed that is a haircut. Some sort of derivative of the low taper fade or something. Certainly not an expert on haircuts, as Bennyfield comes in this time. And another good ball, a little bit shorter from Bennyfield this time. And well defended by Fowler this time. So again, just this feeling out process. And just the 187 runs for victory for Wellington, so they'll just be wanting to get a good conservative start, build a partnership and cruise to victory. But St Paul's will have other ideas, and I'm sure their plan is to take early wickets and just keep piling on the pressure. So we'll see what happens, but this is a good start from Bennyfield. Again, welcome to our viewers around New Zealand and around the world. Welcome into any Wellington supporters watching. Again, that is a great shot. Worked away and across the boundary. One bounce for four. And Fowler got onto that early. Just a bit short this time from Bennyfield. So again, to the Wellington supporters that are watching, I am a St Paul's supporter, but as I was going to say semi-professional, but there's no one paying me anything. As an amateur, aspiring semi-professional commentator, I do try and keep it as impartial as possible. So if you do hear yelling and screaming from beside me, that is the support crew. That's the non-impartial support crew here at St Paul's. But a great game of cricket and a great opportunity for all these kids to be playing cricket at a very, very high level, test their skills. Anyway, 2 overs in the book and 7 for none as Thin Bell comes steaming in this time, and that is a good ball, generating a lot of pace. Is number 22 Finn Bell, this year 12. About 6'3", would you say? 6'3".
6'3.5".
6'3.5". Still growing, do you think, Mum?
I think there's another half inch.
Another half inch in there. So he seems to be coming in well. Had a couple of injuries lately, but seems to be bowling really freely now. Is that one a touch shorter from Bell? Again, good pace. Well negotiated by Bridgman. Yet to get off the mark. There's a good smattering of spectators around the ground. And what is it? It's an odd day, considering it's near the end of December. There's a bit of a cold, sort of almost winter chill in the air as Bell comes in. Nicely played out there to point. And no run taken on this occasion. St Paul's boys on their toes, full of enthusiasm. Just trying to encourage their bowlers to take a wicket here and put Wellington under early pressure. And of course Wellington Just wanting to ease into this with a good consolidated start. Again, plays it late. And good fielding in the field, but equally good running as well. Sneaking through, steal a single. And that'll bring Fowler back on strike. Who, great shot in the last over, picking up 4 runs, just 1 bounce for 4. So you need to be careful. Looks like a quality batsman. As a bit of a change in the field. Sorry, Bridgman's down the other end.
No, no.
Fowler on strike. No,
No,
what?
no, Fowler's, no.
No, we're all good.
Yeah, no.
Sorry, just a bit of
To myself.
Sarah just chatting to herself.
Bridgman was in the under-19s Wellington team.
Right. Is Finn Bell. Fast run up from Bell. Good length delivery. Batsman just deciding to leave that one alone. And through to Mackay Murray. Wicket keeper from St Paul's.
They should do the scoreboard that they're supposed to be doing.
Joined in the slips by Leighton Birch, number 12. Is Finn Bell. Comes in this time, digs it in short. And well negotiated there. Well negotiated. I'm struggling to negotiate the word negotiate, which is...
Look at your slice.
That's not all my slice.
You sure?
That's communal slice. It's for everybody.
If only we had a picture to show the slice.
Yeah. It is quite a big slice. Caramel, looks to be some macadamia nuts sprinkled on there. All this slice talk makes you want to have a beer.
Boundary Road beer?
That's right, Sarah. A Boundary Road Ultra. Although being in the South Island, the Spates Ultra Summit, just as good on a hot summer's day, or even on a cold, miserable night when it was hosing down. And it's smoke, great eatery, sort of American traditional barbecue style restaurant in Rolleston there. Any parents, supporters down this way, I would definitely recommend Smoke. Fantastic staff and even better food. As Bennyfield beats the outside edge of Bridgman and through to the keeper. Good carry that time there. I recommend the pork spare ribs.
Did you have them again?
I did. I went back to back twice. I've been there twice, had the same thing. Sometimes, Sarah...
She's a creature of habit.
Yeah, well, sometimes when you've had very, very good ribs, why would you risk it? Have something else. You could risk it and try the brisket.
Good, you could.
That's a great shot this time. And that'll beat the man and it'll race away across the boundary. So good timing and good placement. And away, 4 runs for Bridgman. So a good start here from Wellington. 12 without loss. Is Bennyfield in once again. And that's down to young Mackie Maber in the field. Down classic long barrier, picks that up. Haven't got a nickname for Maber yet. Was known as Big Dog Powerhouse, which I think was more of a sarcastic nickname for when he came into the side, the Vittori Shield side, the Colts team at St Paul's, as just a small year 9. Can see photos of him at St Paul's on the billboard there. Welcome to the home of cricket sign. Believe it or not, Mackie was actually year 9 or 10 in that photo, not 7. Right, he's probably gonna be in trouble after that. But anyway, he fielded it well. And back to the action now as Bennyfield comes in from the southern end, this time to Bridgman. And just making him played back down the pitch. Finn Bell does the fielding. So we've obviously got Milky in the team. It's a classic nickname. Of course, Campbell Boyd. I've got to come up with a good one for Caleb. Is sometimes known as Kabibi. Is good bowling again from Bennyfield. And nicely played by Bridgman. And that completes another over. So 4 overs down now. And Wellington, 12 without loss as we look at the run rate comparison. Not a lot of data in there, but you can see that Wellington well ahead of the run rate at this point in stage. Just 3 runs and over. Nothing to worry about there with the required run rate, only 3.8. So unsure of what a pass score is here, but we did get a bit of intel during the halftime break, and I feel like 200 was probably a pretty good score here. A lot of games won at scores under 200 runs, so I think Wellington will have to do well to surpass this total, but again, St Paul's will certainly have to bowl well, as Wellington did. So all in front of us. So good chatter out in the field from the St Paul's boys, encouraging their bowlers on. There's number 22, grabs the ball, top of his run. A nervous mum beside me. What is going to happen as Finn Bell comes in this time? Oh, takes the outside edge. Bit of a missed shot there. And he is going to get rewarded with 4 runs on this occasion. So 4 runs. But I think the bowler would be a bit encouraged by that. Don't think it was quite where the batsman wanted it to go. But 4 runs in the book. There's no how column in a cricket scoring book. It's just the 4. So he'll be able to tell everyone that he smashed it through the covers. As he does actually, no, doesn't quite get a hold of this one. I thought he was about to smash it through the covers, which would have been quite good for the commentary. But anyhow, he attempted to smash it through the covers, not quite getting a hold of it. And Campbell Boyd comes in and does the fielding there. And no run on that occasion. So St Paul's just needing an early breakthrough. And Wellington will be quite happy with their start. As Finn Bell comes in this time, just left alone by the batsman Fowler, and through to the wicketkeeper on this occasion. Jay Bennyfield, vocal in the field, just geeing up his team. As Finn Bell approaches from the northern end. Oh, no! And the catch goes down. There was an opportunity there. A difficult chance, but goes down. Unfortunate that. Good bowling there from Bell. So that ends a pretty good over there from Bell, creating the opportunity as we look at the Manhattan, which again, a little bit more like a Morrinsville, building into a, would you say a Cambridge or a Te Awamutu at the tail end of it? Maybe even a Hamilton. So opportunity goes down early for St Paul's. As I say, tough chance. They're going to have to take all the chances that they generate here in Darfield, as Bennyfield in this time and defended back down the pitch. Good bowling this from Bennyfield. Into his third over now. And well played again. No run on this occasion. Finn Bell racing in. Cut off the ball. No run.
Actually lost wickets. Go on, Walker too. Little win for them.
As Bennyfield in this time to Bridgman. And a good straight bat from Bridgman, playing the ball back down the pitch. And no run on this occasion. So good solid start. And they'll just be looking to build this partnership. Not a huge total that they're chasing down. So if they can knock over few in the first few overs. And that's a bit of a wayward shot there. Bit of a loose one from Bridgman. And through to the keeper. I think on that occasion Bennyfield just giving him a little bit of width. And he thought, I'll try and cash in on this. But a little bit late through the ball. And beaten through to the keeper. But he's still there. Is Bennyfield in once again. This time beats the outside edge. A great ball from Bennyfield. Must have been close, that one, from the reaction of the bowler and the fielder. And the wicket keeper. So good tight bowling from Bennyfield. Just searching for this first wicket of Wellington. As he comes in this time to Bridgman. And just played late. Ball rocketing into the pitch. Squeezing out. And a maiden over there from Bennyfield. So great bowling from Bennyfield there. So he's 3 overs. Just the 8 runs from it. And Finn Bell will take the ball. And he will be into his 4th over here. Still got a nervous mother beside me. You just want your kids to do well, don't you, Sarah?
100%.
So we're all wishing Finn the best here.
It's like he's trying to recover from something.
So, anyway, Finn Bell with the ball. I'm sure he'll be excited by the opportunities here today. So into the 7th over of the innings now. Finn Bell comes in and just left alone by the batsman, Fowler, and through to Mackay Murray, the wicketkeeper. So Finn Bell now from the northern end here at Darfield Cricket Club comes in, chopped down into the pitch again this time. No real trouble there, but not finding the middle of the bat. A little bit of encouragement for the bowler, but both Fowler and Bridgman doing well. Score now moving on to 16 without loss. There's Finn Bell in once again. And again, not played at, just left alone by the batsman. So good length here from Bell. And the batsman just happy to let it go through. No need taking any unnecessary risks at this stage. So Bell will be looking to probably bring it in this time. Maybe a bit fuller and a bit straighter, making the batsman play at it. as he comes in this time.
Slow ball.
And this time a bit of a slower ball, maybe out of the back of the hand, a little bit shorter. Played down to third man, and Bennyfield, the man fielding in off the rope there, and fires it in, and Fowler takes the single. So this intriguing battle is unfolding in front of us as Finn Bell comes in, well bowled, nice and full this time. It's making Bridgman play at the ball, well dug out though. Good batting, good bowling, good cricket all round. As the St Paul's fielders just chatting away, trying to bring a wicket, trying to create some magic. As Finn Bell comes in this time, it's a bit fuller, all chipped up in the direction of young Josh Hart, falling well short, but a little bit of interest from the field and a bit of encouragement for the bowler, as that completes the 7th over here in Darfield, just the 1 run from that over. So the run rate now up to 4 runs and over, which I wouldn't really worry too much about that. The Duckworth Lewis, if the heavens were to open right now, Wellington would be ahead on 17 runs. They would only be required to be on 11 runs. So it gives you a bit of an indication that they're ahead of the game at this stage. Wickets would change that dramatically, I'm sure. And that is a great ball this time from Bennyfield. A puff of dust comes up as he puts it right on his toes. Nice full ball. Well negotiated by Fowler. He's moved on to 11 off just 23 balls, so good start there from Fowler. Good positive cricket. Just waiting for the bad ball. There hasn't been many, but he has pounced on a couple as Bennyfield this time. And the ball's gone straight up in the air. Man coming around and they take the catch. And Shimmer Fletcher, the man that comes in and takes the catch. And some great cheering on the sideline here. And St Paul's get the early breakthrough they were after. And that's Fowler, the man. Looked good on 11. I do apologise. I've given him a bit of the commentator's curse. He was looking good out there, but just looking to free his arms a little bit this time. And the wicket taken. And interestingly enough, the DRS, or the Duckworth Lewis, has now jumped to 25. So St Paul's in front now. So Charlie Jackson. And Charlie Jackson is the wicket keeper. And heck of a good batsman from what we hear. So another danger man. One danger man out and another one comes in. It shows the quality of this Wellington side. And that's the breakthrough they were after, St Paul's. So they take an early wicket, 17 for 1. And we're into the 8th over now. Jay Bennyfield, the man that got the breakthrough. Shimmer Fletcher taking the catch. It really did pop up very high indeed. But Shimmer Fletcher coming around under the ball, classic reverse cup, and took a comfortable catch. Never easy, those ones. They hang up in the air. Plenty of time to think about it. But safe as houses was Shimmer Fletcher. And Fowler departs. So Jackson joins Bridgman out in the middle. So still 42.4 overs left in this match. So all the time in the world for Wellington here. So they'll just look to take that early blow, reconsolidate, and keep chipping away at this total from St Paul's. And conversely, St Paul's, they'll be wanting to attack. They need to take early wickets if they are to defend this total, as Jay Bennyfield, number 44, comes in from the southern end this time. And it's a good ball early, but well played off his toes. Good chase out there from Josh Hart. And Jackson, straight off the mark, with a well hit two off his toes. Good shot that.
Finn's still on it. When you see Finn go off, you need to get my zone round.
You just don't know.
There's Bennyfield, top of his run now. Comes in. And there's a huge shout, but kind of bailed out of that shout a little bit, and the fact that the umpire took off sideways indicates the "you're joking, mate" nature of his response to the bowler. So good bowling, caught him on the pads, but obviously not in line or maybe too high. As Bennyfield comes in this time to Jackson. This time a touch shorter, well negotiated by Jackson. Played out there to Finn Bell, the man, cutting off the ball, and no run on this occasion.
My little apprentice doing all right, Brett?
I'm actually joined here by Seb Bell, who's helping me with the scoring and doing a magnificent job. So good genetics there. So scoring in the blood for Seb. And that's another good ball, and that completes the 8th over. So 4 overs from Jay and 4 overs from Finn. Will we see a change? No, Finn Bell. So do we have a nervous brother? Are you as nervous as your mum? No, he doesn't care. He had his hot chips for lunch. He's happy. Sure, he wants his brother to go well. And being a St Paul's Year 9, we know who he's backing today. There's Finn Bell. Just goes to the end of his run up there. Few of the parents coming and taking some of this caramel slice. Good on them. Prepared by one Joe Maber. Well done there. As Finn Bell comes in. It's a good looking shot there. Well placed. As I think it's Campbell Boyd, the man out there. It is. Races out there. Cuts the ball off. And just 2 runs off that one. Good looking shot though. Well placed. Just straight between the 2 men. Out there. As Finn Bell comes in for his 5th over. That's a better ball from Bell. Squaring the batsman up a little bit. Well defended by the batsman. And back down the pitch by Bridgman. So some quality batsmen in this Wellington side. St Paul's with a quality bowling lineup. So a really good battle on our hands here. There's Bell in this time. Just squirting out onto the offside there. Josh Hart coming in, doing the fielding, but the batsmen take a pretty easy single. Good running there from the Wellington team. As the new batsman Jackson just takes his guard, and he'll be facing Finn Bell. Just the one slip in. Leighton Birch joining Mackay Murray behind the wicket. Pretty orthodox field at this stage. And the batsman just doing a bit of gardening up the pitch. And Just making sure he's ready now as Finn Bell comes in from the northern end. And that's well defended there from Jackson. And a dot ball. As the sun comes out here again, bathes us all in sunshine. Not an overly hot day, but reasonably pleasant nonetheless. As Finn Bell comes in, oh, and he beats the outside edge through to the keeper. Great delivery there. No touch on it though, so just down as a dot ball. That'll be encouraging for the bowler. So the batting doesn't look to be super easy out there, as we saw in the first innings from St Paul's. So Wellington now 22 for 1 as Finn Bell comes in. And that's a better looking shot from Jackson. Middle of the bat, defended it back down the pitch for another dot. So good over there from Bell. He completes 5. Just the 11 runs from his 5 overs so far. So going well. So 17, the first partnership there from Wellington.
Good.
So they're going to have to build again. Partnerships is what it's all about. As Bennyfield will take the ball for his 5th over. So good bowling depth in this St Paul's lineup, with a number of pace bowlers and spinners. In fact, almost everyone in the squad can take the ball. Year 11 Caleb De Brain, 6'4", can really rip it in. Shimmer Fletcher, great bowler. And of course our spin attack, spearheaded by Campbell Soanes, the leggy, captain of the side today, as Bennyfield comes in. And that's nicely glanced down to a 3rd man position. Well fielded down there. And off strike now. Bridgman takes the single and Jackson back on strike. So the slip coming out now. That's a good shout there. 2 noises maybe. And sometimes the telltale batsman just looking at the outside edges of his bat. I'm not sure if it was straight as well. It's hard to tell from here. But I'm going to say there was 2 noises. Net result is that it's not out. And Jackson is still there. And he's on 2 runs. As Bennyfield comes in this time. In the air, down the ground, beautiful shot there, this time from Jackson. And that races across the rope, really was a great shot, straight down the ground. And 4 runs taken from Jackson. As Bennyfield in this time, defended this time from Jackson. Good comeback there from Jay Bennyfield. So Bennyfield taking the early wicket of Fowler. He'll be looking to add to that tally, I'm sure. So 2 balls left, or 2 legitimate deliveries left. And this, which will be his 5th over, as he comes in now from the southern end. Took a little bit of pace off that one and dug it in a bit shorter, but well negotiated by the batsman Jackson. Good energy in the field from the St Paul's boys. as he comes in this time. Played nicely down the ground, but finds the man there. Campbell Soanes does the fielding. And that ends the Bennyfield over. As the sun intensifies here a little bit. So, do we have a change in the bowling? It is Caleb de Bruyn looking to come in. So, we're staying with the pace attack. So, Caleb de Bruyn. I'm sure Mum and Dad will be keenly watching at home.
Oh, do you want to go, mate?
No, I'll just check
No.
Number 13, Caleb de Bruyn, this year 11, St Paul's Collegiate. So, just the umpires sorting a couple of bits and pieces out there. And I think Caleb de Bruyn just referring to his captain and getting the field he wants as he comes in this time to Bridgman. And that's down the leg side. And he starts with a wide. So the bowling from Wellington was pretty tight, not a lot of extras, so St Paul's with not a huge total to defend will be looking to tighten things up as de Bruyn comes in this time. It's dragged down the leg side as well, and the batsman just swinging it round and down to the fielder at third man. No, it'd be fine leg maybe. Anyhow, they got a single, and that'll bring Jackson on strike. So welcome into our viewers all over the place. Mums and dads, aunties and uncles, and grannies and granddads. Cricket enthusiasts from all over the place tuning in, taking in the action here. We've got a pretty good match on our hands. St Paul's struggled through to 186, which could prove to be a difficult total to pick off. It'll be interesting to see as de Bruyn comes in this time. This time a bit short, pulled away, man out there, comes in, Campbell Boyd does the fielding. Great return there from Boyd. Straight over the bails. It's the stuff the wicket keepers like.
Oh no, I actually put a 4. How do I take them?
So
Oh, there's another one.
So welcome back to the action. Sorry, small scoring hiccup there, but we're all back on track now. As De Bruyn comes in, this time a bit full, but to the man Hart. Great pick up there from Hart. And as Caleb comes in to complete his first over. And another dot ball, and that completes the first of De Bruyn's overs. 5 runs from it. So Wellington will be happy with that. So 32 for 1. So after the early wicket of Fowler, Wellington just looking to rebuild here. Again, not a huge amount of run rate pressure. So I think wicket's the key for St Paul's, just to put a bit of pressure on Wellington. And again, Wellington will be quite happy with how this is progressing along. Right, so another change in the bowling. So we'll have Josh Hart, and he is going to be coming in from the southern end to Bridgman, the batsman. And Hart comes in, and good looking ball, well played down the ground, no run on this occasion. Bennyfield racing in to do the fielding. It's Hart in once again, just bringing the batsman forward. Good encouragement from the field. It's Hart in once again this time giving him a little bit more room. And there's a big chase on, not a lightning fast outfield. And Caleb De Bruyn racing out there, sliding in, cutting the ball off. And the 2 runs taken on that occasion. So good shot there. There's Josh Hart into Bridgman. This one just dragging it down the leg side, worked off his hip. No run on this occasion. So Hart into Bridgman this time, and leading edge there, looking to play it down on the leg side and it popping out on the offside. Landing very safe of any fielder, so no drama with that, but it's well hit there this time. And Caleb De Bruyn with the chase, he'll pull that up. But they'll get through for the 2 runs. So good chase down there again from De Bruyn. And that completes the first Hart over. Just the 4 runs from it. So if we look at the worm, the yellow worm dipped slightly below the black worm of St Paul's, but just rebuilding to overtake the black worm. And St Paul's wanting to put some more dots on the Wellington worm, I'm sure. So 36 for 1 after 12 overs. Currently going at 3 runs and over. The required rate just 4 runs and over. So if we look at the Duckworth-Lewis being 32 runs at this stage, so Wellington with their noses in front. As De Bruyn comes in this time to Jackson, and he's dragged that one short, And that has been hammered all the way to the boundary, across the rope for 4 runs. So Jackson really getting into his work now. He's raced to 11. So De Bruyn in this time. This time it's Fuller from De Bruyn. And defending back up the pitch. No run on this occasion. There's De Bruyn in this time. Oh, and this time slashed out off the outside edge, running very fine. Logan Hickey, Brogan, around to do the fielding, and whips it in. And just the 1 run taken this time. And that'll bring Bridgman on strike. Here's Caleb De Bruyn in this time to Bridgman. And this one down the leg hand side again. Leg hand side, that's not even a thing. Down the leg side. So that's another wide. So Wellington won't be minding this. 3 runs and extra balls. Just needing to tighten up here at St Paul's. Just leaking a few at the moment as De Bruyn comes in from the northern end. That's a better ball. Good length this time, just making the batsman play. Good pace and bounce. No run on this occasion. A good comeback there from number 13, De Bruyn. De Bruyn in this time. Good full ball this time from De Bruyn. Right in the block hole. Well defended though by Bridgman. So the game really teetering along here. Could go either way. There's another good full ball. It hit him on the pad on the full. Looked like a pretty good shout. We are sitting side on, so lengthwise it looked good. And of course, LBW is not just a game of length, but it's got to be very straight to be given out. So the umpire not out on this occasion. But a dot ball, so a good comeback there from De Bruyn. And Josh Hart will take up the attack from the southern end here. As we've got a change in the scoring box. Mama Bear, Sarah Bell comes back in, take control of things. But well done, Seb. Magnificent job. Just the one small mishap which he managed to rectify almost instantly. So well done there, and welcome to our viewers around the place. Hopefully, do we have any viewers? Can we tell that? Anyway. Hopefully there's some viewers. There's Josh Hart.
30 viewers.
There you go, 30 viewers.
30 viewers. Well, hi, all 30 of you. Please feel free to share the link, the live link, friends and family, work colleagues, anyone, the guy walking past, anyone with a phone or device and access to Wi-Fi. Spread the cricket love. His heart in once again. This time dragging it a bit short, and that has been hammered. Big chase on, just outside the outstretched arms of De Bruyn, who did a magnificent effort to try and get there, but the ball wins the race. And 4 runs this time. So Wellington looking to push things along here, which could bring some opportunities. So a little bit short from Hart on that occasion, and just picked up nicely from Jackson. Looks to be a quality batsman indeed. So how will Hart respond here? Bit fuller this time, and back down the ground, and they take a single. As Josh Hart into the attack again. This is a good length ball, bringing the batsman forward, making him play at it, just steering it out to Finn Bell there, fielding the ball as Josh Hart in once again. Again, good length, making the batsman play, bringing him out of his crease, and defended back up down the pitch. Up down the pitch? Back down the pitch.
Yeah.
Back down the pitch. Might be time for another drink of my mixed berry antioxidants mineral water, vitamin water, sorry. That ends the Hart over with another dot ball. So good over there from Hart. And it looks like we've got a change in the bowling. And Campbell Soanes, the trademark white flannel type towel hanging out the front of his pants. He will take up the attack from the northern end here, number 77, captain of the St Paul's side, leg spinner, and he'll be doing his best to remove 1 or 2 batsmen here. So, just a couple of warm-ups from Soanes. So we have got Jay Bennyfield's moved into a slip, and Mackay Murray up at the wicket. Right, all in readiness for Campbell Soanes to come in. He'll be bowling to Jackson now, and drags the first one a little bit short, gets away with it to a certain extent as the batsman hits it out toward the boundary, towards the fielder, and it's fielded there, and just a single. So that'll bring Bridgman on strike. So change in the field for the lefty-righty combination. Had a bit of that. So few small changes in the field here from the bowler, Soanes, who comes in now to Bridgman, and just pushing the batsman back a little bit this time, and defended out onto the leg side, and no run. As Soanes in this time, again pushing the batsman back, squirting it out on the leg side, fielded there by Louis Austin. There's Soanes in once again to Bridgman.
Oh,
This time a little bit short, and a wild swing. Sort of popped up off the gloves and over the wicketkeeper safely, and then a little bit of indecision with the running. Ended up getting through safely. So end result from that is they pick up 1 run. So the right-handed Jackson back on strike now. And this one's too short again, and it's hammered back down the field. Chase on for the man in the deep, who slides in, does the fielding well, and returns it in. And that's 50 runs up for Wellington College. And this the 15th over, bringing the left-hander back on strike. There's Soanes in now. And good scramble from Soanes and from Louis Austin, cutting off the run, and that's a dot ball, and that'll end the first Soanes off over. So a good one there, just the 3 from it, so he'll get into his work. So this partnership building nicely now, 33 runs between Bridgman and Jackson. So just what the Wellington team will be after, just chipping away at this deficit and holding on to their wickets as well. As I say, run rate really not a major issue here for this Wellington team, so they've got the ability to be able to cruise along run rate wise, as long as they don't lose wickets and build their innings, or build the innings but build the partnerships. That'll be their plan of attack, and I'm sure that Josh Hart has other ideas. As he takes the ball now. And just hurried the batsman up a little bit on that occasion. And just squeezing it out to the man, and no run taken on this occasion. So I hope you're all enjoying the cricket at home, or wherever you're watching on your device. Really is a good atmosphere down here in Christchurch. And obviously the 6 top cricket schools in New Zealand all battling it out for the cup this week. And that is great fielding from Josh Hart, who's got down nice and low and got a hand on it and stopped what potentially was 4 runs. Not his bowling hand, I'm assured. I'm sure it would have hurt nonetheless. So
yeah, well, they're always going to. Do they get any more wickets?
So just worked off his pads nicely there this time. And just the single taken there. So this, the 16th over here. So Wellington starting to get the upper hand here. So St Paul's will be needing some wickets. And just defended away this time. There's Hart in once again. And a shy at the stumps, and I think it would have been pretty close. But misses the stumps, not by much, and they come through for a single. And that completes the over.
Drifting, looking at other games.
So it'll be Soanes to continue into his second over. As another piece of this delicious caramel slice disappears. As Soanes in this time drags that one a bit short, and that has been hammered out over the boundary for 4 runs. And it's a great shot there from Bridgman, who's moved on to 21 runs. The man now coming around. As Soanes into the left-handed Bridgman again. And this time just turning it round the corner. And no run on this occasion.
Shot.
And that's a bit short again, and that has been hit round the corner and across the boundary for 4 runs. And Wellington really starting to take this game by the scruff of its neck. And St Paul's really needing wickets to stem the flow of runs here. So good batting from Bridgman. He's on to 25. As Soanes in, can he get the breakthrough that St Paul's need? And that's a better ball from Soanes. Just to fend it up back down the pitch. As Soanes in once again, full of ball this time. And good fielding by Soanes as well to pick that ball up. Number 77 as he comes in to complete his second over here. Oh, and there's a big shout, and he's given him! And Soanes gets the breakthrough that St Paul's desperately needed. And the second wicket falls. That of Bridgman, LBW to Soanes on 25. Off just 50 balls. He was looking good out there, Bridgman. Did a great job opening up the batting, sorry. And that's brought the wicket that they needed, and that's also brought along drinks. So the pendulum swings back a little bit more towards St Paul's, but I'd say it is still in Wellington's favour. But that will certainly help. So we're going to have a drinks break here at Darfield, and I might enjoy this roast chicken and mayo sandwich that someone's kindly bought for me. I'll be back soon. Right.
eating on.
So I'm halfway through my roast chicken and mayo sandwich, which I've got to tell you is an absolute ripper. Fresh bread, good thick mayo, some delicious fresh roast chicken. So I'll try and get through that over the next over.
I'm presuming this is who it is, but I'm just waiting for them to put it in.
So we think it's Henderson that's joined us in the middle. We will get confirmation, but at this stage we're going to say that it's Henderson. So 60 for 2, the score after 17, and Hart's going to continue from the southern end, and he's into the informed Jackson on 20. Comes forward, plays it out, and good fielding out there. Just takes the single, and that'll bring the new man Henderson on strike, if it is indeed. Yep, we've confirmed it is Henderson out there. So Hart will be looking to put pressure on Henderson, just moving his field around a little bit. And of course Henderson will be wanting to just continue on the trajectory of this Wellington innings on their way to 187 for victory. As Hart comes in. Good looking shot first up from Henderson. And there's a big chase on. But they do well. Great fielding out there. So I'm going to have to wash down this beautiful sandwich. As Josh comes in now to Henderson, who just picked up a couple. Coming forward and defending this time. Hart in this time. Again, coming forward nicely and defending Henderson. So good bowling and well defended by the batsman as well. As that wicket's just brought a little bit more energy to the field. Ooh, and that one there just darting through, taken by Mackay Murray, the wicket keeper. Beating the outside edge of the bat. And a dot ball. So good bowling this from Hart. As he comes in this time. And another good ball on a good length. So just the 2 runs from the Hart over that time. And as we look at the worms there, so the Wellington yellow worm just slightly ahead. This looks like a bit of a snake there with the circle for the wicket and the next piece of the trajectory coming out looks like its tongue, but slightly in front. And then sometimes these wickets bring a little bit of a lull in the run rate, so St Paul's will be hoping that happens, or maybe it turns into a 2-eyed snake with 2 dots. We will soon see. As Soanes, who got the breakthrough with the last ball of his last over, comes in to start his third, and just pushing the batsman back down the leg side this time from Soanes, called wide by the umpire. As he comes in again this time to Jackson, who's looking good on 21, coming forward, and that's a better ball from Soanes. Good encouragement out there from the St Paul's lads for their captain. Just trying to encourage him into another wicket as the batsman just takes a second here and takes his centre. Soanes into Jackson this time. Good length there, dug out nicely by Jackson and played back down the pitch. Fielded by Shimmer Fletcher. Here's Soanes in again. This time giving him a little bit more room. Finn Bell swooping around and cutting the ball off. for no run this time. So good bowling, building pressure here from Soanes. Coming in from the northern end once again. And again out to Finn Bell, the fielder this time. Who fields the ball.
What's that?
There's Soanes in once again. This time piercing the field and going past Finn Bell, but Louis Austin the man. No, it's Josh Hart. It is Josh Hart that came in off the rope, fields the ball, fires it into the wicketkeeper. Just the one run taken on this occasion. And umpire just having a word with Bell there. He looks a bit confused. I'm sure Mum will get the intel on what that was all about. As the ball goes back out to Finn Bell, who fields it nicely. And that completes a good over from Soanes. So if we refer to the Duckworth-Lewis equation again, and I know that we're not going to get a shortened match here, so bear with me. I've got a point to make here. Duckworth-Lewis at the moment, 58 would be the required score, and Wellington currently on 65. So it gives you a bit of an idea that them slightly ahead in the match, and it's amazing what wickets might do. So that last wicket just changed the equation quite a lot. So it closed that up, which would be a fair reflection. I would say that Wellington was starting to edge out in front, and now pulled back a little bit, but still in front, as Hart comes in and just turned off his legs nicely this time by Jackson. And the batsman looking for two. Good fielding there by Shimmer Fletcher, who cuts that one off. And no real point taking any risks from the Wellington team at this stage. Going along nicely. Run rate not an issue. As Hart comes in again. Good looking ball this from Hart. Just turned off his legs there. McLaren Maber racing out there to pick the ball up. And just the one run taken. Bringing Jackson back on strike. Who's looked really good, Jackson. 23 off just 35. Again, Wellington just trying to build another partnership. As Jackson takes to that one, and he's got all of it. And it is into the trees at the far end of the field for half a dozen, 6 runs. Great shot from Jackson. So Josh Hart, although he won't be overly happy with the 6 runs that resulted, it's not always a bad thing when the batsmen come hard at a spinner. And that darts that one in this time, hurries the batsman up. Well played though. Down to Gully, where it's fielded there by Logan Hickey. As this wind really has, it's turned around a little bit and it's gotten a little bit colder. I would love a blankie. Do you have one? No, I'm good. I'm good. I don't need a blankie. I'm one of these old school commentators. I do have a jacket in the car, so we're good. And that ball just squirts out. And Fletcher the man, Shimmer Fletcher, comes around and fields the ball. And that completes 20 overs here. So Wellington on top, 74 for 2. Oh, someone's bought me a blankie. Oh, it's a nice plush blankie. I know, the Austins, I tell you what, they have been looking after me. Roast chicken and mayo sandwiches. Just a bit of attention there to the bowl. One of the batsmen, I think, maybe doing some shoelaces up or some running repairs. As Jackson now makes his way back down to the end, just marks his centre, marks his guard there, and the ball back in the hands of the captain, Campbell Soanes, coming in this the 21st over, and just leaning back and playing that one out. And Louis Austin coming in, good fielding there and returning the ball. As Soanes in again and played out once again to Louis Austin, who does the fielding. Right, Soanes in this time. This time to Jackson again. And same shot again. So out to Louis Austin, getting plenty of work out there, and is it not even Louis, is it Josh? Okay, so it's not even Louis, it's Josh. Louis getting all this credit, been fielding well, and he hasn't even had the ball yet, so Josh Hart, the man that's coming in. This time it goes out to Louis Austin, or is it Josh Hart? No, Louis Austin there. So Campbell Soanes in once again. Oh, and that's a great piece of bowling there from Soanes. Slashed at by Henderson through to the keeper. That'll be encouraging for the bowler.
Oh,
Good piece of fielding there from Finn Bell, whipping it in. As they snuck through for another single. So another important partnership building here. 18 runs now. Coming fairly quickly. So Wellington into the 22nd over, Josh Hart again into his 6th over, 23 for none off his 5.
somebody there.
And that's short, and that's been hammered. One bounce for 4 runs down the ground again. Is Hart in once again. This is a better ball from Hart. Henderson just looking to go back on his stumps and chop it out. Oh, fine. There's Hart in once again. Oh, tries the same shot again. Beaten again from Hart. Good comeback this. And this is hit down the ground, and that's all the way for 6 this time. And huge shouts and cries from the boundary over there. That really got the Wellington boys excited. But a great shot down the ground, all the way for 6 this time from Henderson. So he's raced to 15 off just 15 balls. And the score now 88 for 2, needing less than 100 runs now, Wellington. So St Paul's probably looking to have to change things up here. Needing to break these partnerships.
How can you diet?
No, it's crazy talk. As Hart comes in once again, this time just worked off his legs. And they'll come back for 2. Well placed there from the batsman. There's that wind just turning a little bit to the west and getting a bit colder as Josh Hart comes in this time. And that's the faster ball from Hart, but a good one from Wellington. 12 runs from that over. And the run rate worm really starting to move in different directions here. So St Paul's, what will they do? Needing wickets. And it'll be Soanes again into his 5th over. From the northern end. So St Paul's really needing to take wickets now. Just 98 runs. No, it's not even that many. I'll do the math shortly. No, it is 98 runs.
Yeah, you're right.
I was right. Well, now it's 96, of course, because they just took 2 runs. So 96 now, all that's needed from Wellington with 8 wickets in hand. So starting to cruise a little bit. And I'm sure St Paul's will be wanting to change that a little bit. As Soanes comes in. This time fuller ball from Soanes. And the man coming around there. And just the 1 run on that occasion. Soanes in this time. Brings the batsman forward and defending this time. Soanes in once again, this time to Henderson. Oh, and was that a chance? Soanes in the wars up there, nursing a bit of a hand injury and putting his body on the line. I don't think that was a catch, was it? It was an attempted fantastic bit of fielding though. Try and cut the ball off as Soanes comes in once again. Oh, and he beats the batsman that time. Must have really gripped and turned. Batsman sort of half pulling out of his shot there. Good bowling from Soanes. That one there, man coming around.
Yeah.
And he takes the catch.
Caleb. Or Quintus.
And Quintus Daniel takes the catch. Great catch, making good ground around the outside of the boundary. And took a magnificent catch. And that was Henderson on strike. No, yes, I think it was. Yes, Henderson, the man that goes. Well hit 17 off just 20 balls. So really putting that impetus back in the Wellington innings. And they've raced to 93, but they have lost their 3rd wicket now. So it's Soanes picking up his 2nd. And we think it's Brown that's going to join Jackson in the middle. We'll confirm that in a minute.
Yeah, it is.
And it is Brown. comes and joins Jackson. So 3 down now, and the Duckworth-Lewis 78 would be the mark, and of course Wellington on 93. So just to give you an idea, that puts Wellington well ahead of the game, which makes sense. But every time there's a wicket, brings it back closer and closer. So the name of the game for St Paul's will be to take wickets, and I guess the name of the game for Wellington is to lose not many and get about 100 runs. So we will soon see what happens, as there's a bit of a change in the field now.
New bowler.
And we've got a new bowler. And we have got Shimmer Fletcher, who will be relishing his opportunity to bowl at the Wellington team. So he had great success against them in a pre-season tournament down in Wellington. Game called off after the first half when the heavens opened on everybody. But he bowled very, very well down there and tore through the top order of Wellington. Might be a slightly different lineup now, and it's a different day and a different occasion, but Fletcher in now from the southern end. It's well played there from Jackson, just down to third man coming around, fielding that nicely, and that'll bring the new man Brown on strike. So St Paul's just needing wickets here. But this team, never say die attitude. I think they're still well and truly in this game. Great bowling this time from Fletcher. As the wind intensifies a little bit here and the cloud cover comes across. So not easy batting conditions with the clouds constantly coming and going. As Fletcher in this time. Oh, and that's a good ball as it sort of glances off down there to third man, fielded by the man down there. Who is that, Sarah? Is that Caleb? Or no, is it Logan Hickey? 88. Logan Hickey. Brogan. Does Shimmer have a nickname? Waffle. Oh, Blossom. Oh, right. Okay. I don't know where I got waffle from. Oh, and that's off the outside edge as Logan comes around and fields that. He'll be encouraged by that. Blossom. Or Shimmer Fletcher. So, good opening few balls here from Fletcher, getting some encouragement from his field as he comes in this time to Brown. Good looking shot that from Brown, coming down, coming forward and defending it. And Quintus Daniel flying in, number 11, grab the ball, no run. As the sun comes out again, or ish. It's trying its best as Shimmer comes in this time. Good looking shot this from Brown. Good connection to it. Great chase from Finn Bell. Hearing after it. Good pace shown in the field there. Just the 2 runs. Could have easily been 4. Good commitment from Bell. As we see the worm again, and not unlike the last wicket, it looks like a snake again with the little sticky out piece that could be the tongue. But the reality is that snake does not want to hang out with the St Paul's worm, and it's heading in a slightly different direction, which is not good for St Paul's. But Campbell Soanes into his 6th over now. Picked up the 2 wickets. So So St Paul's will really be trying to get this wicket of Jackson. Key man here for Wellington. Nice flight there from Campbell Soanes, who dives on the ground again. Really putting his body on the line, Soanes. Number 77. As the sun comes out again. And we're bathed in sunshine here in Darfield. As Soanes comes in, giving the batsman a little bit more room this time. Out it goes to Josh Hart, who does the fielding. So welcome into our viewers around the place, and those of you who've just joined us, we're out in Darfield, gateway to the Southern Alps, as this one's a bit full this time from Soanes, and there'll be a big chase on there. Really good fielding from Quintus Daniel, I think the man. Quite the athlete, Daniel. Gets around there, cuts off the 4, 2 runs taken, and that brings up 100 runs for Wellington College, doing very well here. Just 88 to win now. And another good shot there, working the single, does Jackson. No, that was from Brown, wasn't it? Brown with the single there, bringing Jackson on strike. So obviously this game's scheduled to be at Lincoln Green, but the overnight rain and a bit of a drainage issue on the Lincoln Green field meant that the game was moved to Darfield, and their groundsmen have done a magnificent job with not a lot of time to prepare, but a great strip, great outfield. And I don't think they got quite as much rain here as they did in Lincoln. But it looks like the games are well underway in at Lincoln on the other 2 fields there, Field 3 and of course Bert Sutcliffe Oval. And Jackson just plays it down the ground, takes a single and brings Brown back on strike as Soanes comes in this time and beats the bat there with a bit of pace. And that completes Soanes' 6th over now. So Jackson on 39 and Brown's joined him and he's moved on to 6. So of course 187 the target. 187 the target for Wellington. And currently 103 for 3. As Shimmer Fletcher comes in for his 2nd over. And that's a good ball. Jackson just defending that back down the pitch. And no run. And just nicely played down there to 3rd man. Man coming around, fielding it nicely. And into Mackay Murray, the wicketkeeper.
Go boys! Come on, St Paul's!
Good encouragement from the field as Shimmer Fletcher comes in. Nice full ball. Good bowling this from Fletcher. There's Shimmer Fletcher in this time. Oh, that's a good ball. right in the block hole, as they call it. A real toe crusher, but well negotiated by Brown, who's looked good early. Just 6 runs off just the 9 balls, but looked good. Good confident batter. As Shimmer comes in, it's nicely played down to a squarer sort of deep gully and races back to take 2 runs this time. Is the sun really out now? After I said this cloud cover had come across, it's really come out nicely, and we are bathed in sun. The Darfield Cricket Club, and Darfield, for you that don't know, is about an hour southeast, probably more east than south of Christchurch. And I know that there's a few young girls watching back in Hamilton, members of the mighty Melville Mana cricket team, and that's of course Juliet and Ava Ramaka, daughters of Coach Michael Ramaka, watching at home. So g'day girls. And St Paul's hanging in here. I hope you're having a good day up there in the Waikato, enjoying your Christmas holidays. I hope you've got Dad something nice. I know that you love putting up the Christmas tree. Dad was telling us the other day. So I'm sure that's up.
One of about 3, I think.
Yes, I heard there's multiple Christmas trees in the Ramaka household.
They love Christmas.
Oh, everyone loves Christmas, Sarah, don't they? So hopefully you've got something nice for Dad under the tree. I know he'd like a secondary school's first 11 trophy. That'd be nice, and the boys are working hard on that. So members of the mighty Melville Mana girls cricket team, I'm sure that they're looking forward to getting back into action early in the new year. As Louis Austin into the attack now, comes in, and Shimmer, the diving save, and just the 1 run on this occasion. So Louis Austin comes in from the northern end, left arm orthodox spinner, comes in now, and can he remove some of these Wellington batsmen? Dot ball on this occasion, just defended back down the ground from Brown. There's Austin in this time to Brown. Good length delivery, dug out nicely by Brown. Out to Josh Hart, the fielder. Almost called him Louis Austin, but that'd be a hell of a fielding if you could bowl it from there and get all the way out to the boundary and field it. So Louis Austin, and once again, they're just looking for a little bit of magic here. Good ball from Louis Austin, bringing Jackson forward and defending, back down the ground. It's Austin in again. Oh, just cramping up the batsman that time, trying to give himself room. Out to Jay Bennyfield with a rocket arm, back to the wicket keeper. No chance of a run there. As Austin in once again to complete his first over. Oh, and that's great stuff. Good fielding as he crashes into the batsman at the non-striker's end. And a good over there from Austin. Just the 2 runs from it. Doing well, and Finn Bell could be coming back into the tack here. In fact, he is. So Finn Bell. So this partnership here, 15 now. So some not huge partnerships, but let's be honest, it's not a huge total that they're chasing. So good solid partnerships from the Wellington team. Certainly doesn't look like easy batting out there, but Wellington making a good fist of it all the same. Is Bell in this time. More pace on the ball to negotiate this time for Brown. Defends it well though. He's moved through to 9 and looked good. Jackson moving through to 41. So the real anchor of this innings at the moment is Brown. Is Jackson. Brown assisting well though. As Finn Bell, number 22, comes in from the southern end this time. Ooh, and a bit of an inside edge, bit of a French cut type of shot. So that'll encourage the bowler. So welcome into all our listeners and viewers from around the place, around New Zealand and around the world. Hope you're enjoying the footage. As Finn Bell moves in from the southern end, this time to Brown. Oh, and it's a good ball. Right on his toes. Well defended though from Brown. So this is good bowling here from Bell. Into his second stint here. This is 6th over. And played back down the ground. Fielded there by Fletcher. No run. So Finn Bell bowling well. Just the 11 overs, the 11 runs.
Love the rhyming.
2 balls left in the over. As he comes in this time to Brown, what can he do? Ooh. Beats the batsman on this occasion. Ball just bobbling up. And another dot ball for Bell. So the required run rate, just 3.6. So I don't think it's going to be a case of restrict. It is going to have to be knock him over. And I'm sure that's exactly what Finn Bell is trying to do here as he comes in from the southern end. Good looking shot this from Brown. Down the ground, no run. And that's a maiden over for Bell. I know his mother would like him to bowl a maiden over, as in get a girlfriend. She was talking about that the other night. But instead, he just bowled a maiden over.
Applicants in the comments.
Yes.
Yeah. If there's any
If
suitable daughters out there.
Any suitable girlfriends that would like a Finn Bell, please apply. Sarah will be running an applicants program, and I'm sure there's probably a few of the other boys that might take some cast-offs. So.
One Mackie Mather.
Yes, there's a few. Yeah. Anyway, back to the action as Louis Austin, currently taken, so he's unavailable. Won't mention any girlfriends' names, but I do have it on good authority that Louis Austin is off the market. As he just sneaks one past the bat. And off the outside edge. And they snaffle a single there. Anyway, these boys are far too busy to be worrying about girls this week, at least. Oh! And Louis stolen his bat. The gentleman returns the bat. You can see why he's got a girlfriend. Quite the gentleman returning the bat to Brown. Got a bit tangled up. and thought, the hell with the bat, I need to get down the other end. Anyway, this time,
Catch.
oh, just about gets there, and the ball bobbles out. Oh, and he gave his bat back to him and everything. He could have just hit it a little bit harder. But there was a chance there. Would have been a hell of an effort from Austin coming forward. Just bobbled up from Brown. So a half chance there as Austin bowling well now. Comes in and defended again by Brown. Back down the pitch. And Louis Austin coming in now. And good placement from the batsman, just between Bell and Bennyfield, and Hart coming in to make the fielding, or do the fielding. And that finishes a good Austin over. So if we look at the Manhattans there, you can see reasonably even throughout, but a couple of big overs there for the yellow Manhattan. And that probably the difference at the moment. So St Paul's really needing wickets now. So anyone watching, if you've got any crazy superstitions or, you know, there's always a wicket when I go to the bathroom type things, you better go to the bathroom. Or any of those other things that you do that bring wickets. St Paul's need all the help they can get here. And of course, if you're a Wellington supporter, you'll be hoping that they don't get any wickets and they just keep going about their business as they are, doing really well. As this time Brown frees the arms and that races away. Great looking shot from Brown there. And that crosses the boundary for 4 runs. So Brown going along well, 15 now. Joined at the crease by Jackson, who is on 43. Bell into his 7th over now. So how will the fast bowler react to that? Oh! And that is a great ball. Just sliding down leg. I think no appeal from the bowler. Beats the bat though, onto the pad. Bit more pace there. That's what happens when you hit a fast bowler for 4. They'll generally come in and there's about 4 or 5 kilometres an hour on it. There's Finn Bell in once again. Oh, this is good bowling from Bell. Really troubling Brown now. There's Bell in once again. Good bowling, just squeezes the ball out and it goes down to third man. Fielded there by Leighton Birch. Burst cut Birch with the fielding. Burst fade. It's not a burst cut, is it? A burst fade. Well, what would I know about here, Sarah?
No, you don't have to.
I know what a buzz cut is. Here's Finn Bell in this time again to Jackson. And the slower ball this time. No run on this occasion. Well negotiated by Jackson, who again is on 43. And once again, Wellington College building a good innings here. I mean, a good partnership, which again is part of building the innings, I suppose. There's Finn Bell. Comes in. Nice looking shot there from Jackson. Well fielded there by Campbell Soanes. There's the worms there. You can see the snake has an extra long tongue now at the moment, which is not good for St Paul's. Needs another head on it, which of course would be the wicket. But Wellington going well here, certainly with the upper hand at this stage. So wickets are the key for St Paul's, and they'll be doing everything they can to get a few more of those. As Louis Austin comes in from the northern end this time. Good bowling this. Back down the pitch and fielded by himself. Same again, another dot ball from Austin. Brown on 16 now. And beautiful looking shot down the ground for 4 runs from Brown, and he races to 20 of just the 30 deliveries, so he's looking good out there now. Not sure what this partnership is, but it must be building nicely. So Louis Austin, how will he respond here? Oh, and that's a good looking shot, well placed. And Josh Hart comes in and does the fielding.
28 from 45 balls.
So 28 now, the partnership. So again, no huge partnerships, but just enough to keep the score moving along nicely. And certainly on a good trajectory to get past this 187 needed for victory. St Paul's needing 7 wickets, of course, as Austin comes in. This time a little bit fuller from Austin, played back down the ground. And the fielding done down there by De Bruyne by the looks of things. So Jackson on 44, Brown on 21. Going well, Wellington. 123 for 3. And this heading into the 32nd over. So Finn Bell back into the attack, into his 8th over now. Searching for a wicket. So all in readiness for the 8th Bell over. And it'll be Jackson on strike. Finn Bell steaming in. This time he drags it short. And the batsman onto that nice and early and whips it away across the boundary and into the neighbouring properties for 4 runs. So the Wellington batsman very good on the short balls, getting onto them early and making the bowlers pay. There's Finn Bell in this time to Jackson. Plays that down to third man nicely. Picks up a single, moves on to 49 now, Jackson. Just comes down the wicket, bit of a chat with Brown. He's probably saying nothing silly here, Brown. We're going along nicely. Let's just continue going. As Finn Bell in this time to Brown. Good ball there. Nice and full and straight from Bell. This time Bell in. And it's an attempted slower ball out of the back of the hand, which has just drifted wide on this occasion from Bell. So he'll have to reset on that one. There's Bell in this time to Brown. And this one just whipped off his pads. And it has gone all the way for 4 runs.
Did it or not? I don't know.
No, I think... Leg buys that, so glancing off the pads. But 4 runs to the total nonetheless. There's Bell in this time to Brown. Played nicely down the ground, defending. No run on this occasion. So the run rate required just 2.97 now. So Wellington seemingly cruising to victory. But I'm sure the St Paul's boys will love to have something to say about that, as that's a great ball from Bell. Beats the outside edge and through to the keeper for a dot ball. And that completes this 32nd over here at Darfield. As the cloud cover just comes across again, and every time it does, seems to drop about 15 degrees.
It really does.
Although I am snuggled in nicely with my blankie here. And Louis Austin into his 4th over now from the northern end. And Jackson just taking his time here. On 49, Louis Austin comes in.
Oh,
Big shot down the ground and fielded well by Louis Austin's foot. Did well there.
football star in the making.
Yes, good reactions there from Austin. Jackson trying to bring up his 50 in style. Looked like a nice shot down the ground, but foiled by Louis' foot. This time it's a bit short, and that has been hit all the way for 6 runs. And Jackson, 55 of 64 balls. And that got the Wellington tent on their feet. And another step closer to victory here today. Still a job to complete here. But Brown going well, 55. Congratulations to him as Louis Austin comes in. And now he is really going after it. And he clears the field, and that races away for 4 runs. And that's the 50-run partnership up in just 57 balls. So Wellington want to end this early. and really taking to this St. Paul's attack now. Louis Austin, how can he respond? Defended back down the pitch. Good response from Austin. And Louis Austin in this time. Oh, great fielding in there. One Finn Bell flying in, getting the ball one-handed into a dive roll and firing it back to the bowler. And no run on that occasion as Austin in this time back down the pitch and sort of diving at the ball, and it's sort of bouncing over him a little bit, and the batsman races through for 1 run. So 51 run partnership here. So if we look at the partnership, 17, 34, 33 and 51. And it looks like Campbell Soanes is going to take the ball from the southern end now. So St. Paul's fans listening around New Zealand and around the globe, fingers crossed, please. So what have we got? 30, 40 viewers? So it's a lot of fingers crossed and legs crossed and whatnot. And we'll see if we can make this work. But must be said, Wellington College, good side, bowled very well, batted nicely, built good partnerships, and they are on track. But it's a funny old game, cricket, and anything can happen. In fact, there was a story about a pig walking on a field and the game being called off. Read about that last night. So apparently it's in the laws of the game
If a pig
that
goes on the field?
well, any animal, if there's an animal on the field, the umpires can stop the match. So good bowling here from Soanes, just the dot ball. As he comes in this time to Jackson, who was on 60, looked very good and really looking to free his arms and finish it quickly. As De Bruyne comes around from the boundary, and they pick up a single. And Jackson just wandering down the pitch, have a chat to his batting partner. Back into position now, and it'll be number 77, Campbell Soanes, into Brown, defended back down the pitch, picked up there by Finn Bell again. Quite the ball magnet, Finn Bell today. And Soanes, and once again, just let to go by to the wicketkeeper, Mackay Murray, on this occasion. As that wind really has gotten cold, hasn't it? As Soanes now, then again to Brown. Ooh, that is a good ball this time. Soanes in this time just has to reach for this a little bit, the batsman, but adjusts well, plays that onto the offside, and that is drinks. And the situation is that Wellington have a firm grip on this game indeed. At 146 for 3, needing just 41 runs for victory at a run rate of 2.6 with 7 wickets in hand. So St Paul's with a bit of an uphill battle here, but I'm sure they will definitely not give in, and they'll be doing everything to claim these last 7 wickets for victory, and they'll fight to the very last ball. So we're having a drinks break and we'll return shortly. Right, welcome back to the action now, and it's Louis Austin back into the attack in his 5th over, and starts with a dot ball. And Louis Austin again, another dot ball. So just trying to conjure up something here, Austin, as a whole lot of ducks just fly over the field. Could that be an omen? So we actually, I think there was about 7 of them, and that's they were reasonably lined up. So as Louis Austin comes in this time, nicely played by Jackson. No, by Brown, was it? It's nicely hit back down the ground by Jackson.
I think they might have gone to the wrong ends from the start. Because they've got Jackson on strike now. Oh yes. Oh my god, who was that?
De Bruyne. Logan.
Loads.
And what's the signal there? Ball picked up nicely there by Jackson and smashed, and it's either 4 or 6. Sorry, we're just bringing that to you. So the ball was well hit from the batsman, Jackson. And the man coming around, I think, was Logan Hickey. I'm not sure whether he was over the line when he went to catch it or whether it bounced over the line. I'm not sure. We didn't see the signal, but we will get...
He was on strike at the end.
Yeah.
No, he got a single
Yeah.
on the end of that thing. It is on strike.
His Soanes comes in now,
And then another single.
and he's into Brown.
Wait, but then Bruno's
It's not right. I think they'll get into the wrong
So
ends.
Charlie Jackson was on strike for the first. Those ones.
Soanes in now. As Quintus Daniel races around, does the fielding. There's Soanes in now. And the ball just jags up agonisingly. Falls safely, agonising for the St Paul's players and nice and safe for the Wellington batsman. There's Soanes in again. And this is a full toss, and it's been hit out to the man Bennyfield that races around, does the fielding. Just one run this time. And brings Jackson on strike to Soanes, or Soanes to Jackson. Comes forward and just mistimes this one, and no run on this occasion. Oh, here we go. The reinforcements have come in, and listen to that. That is a Boundary Road ultra low carb been delivered. Thanks, boys.
Need to just see what's going on here.
Oh, and that is delicious. But that comes to the end of another Soanes over there. Just bear with us while we just get to the bottom of the scoring. As Louis Austin. So just ignore the graphics for a minute as Sarah Bell just tidies that up for me, or for us, for everybody. As the sun comes out here in Darfield, and Louis Austin coming in, and he's in to his 6th over now, and the ball squirting out there to Finn Bell. Oh, good bowling, and that really is a tasty beverage. 99% carb free, ultra and refreshing, and just 4.2% alcohol, so you can have a few without getting too loose. As we return to the action, as the sun comes out, and Louis Austin brings the batsman forward and just playing it out there. Jay Benningfield reaching down one-handed, snatching the ball off the grass, and just the one run that time. And that'll bring Jackson on strike. Goes for the reverse this time. Misses out though. Jackson just looking to finish things quickly here. And just defending this time. Good over that from Louis Austin. So it sounds like there's a few ex-St Paul's players watching on the live stream. Max Makem, Finlay Bain. I haven't actually seen the comments. I'm ignoring those at this stage. There's a lot to do here, especially when someone put an ice-cold Boundary Road ultra low-carb lager in front of me. As I take another sip.
We're now one run out. As in
As it is Campbell Soanes to continue now into his work. And another dot ball there. So Wellington College closing in on this total. St Paul's just needing a couple of breakthroughs. Actually a couple of breakthroughs. So St Paul's just trying to come up with something. Take one of these wickets. And Wellington doing very well. Just being patient. Biding their time. Chipping away at the runs.
oh yeah, I've been there a while.
Good over that from Soanes. Whip through the over quickly. There's the few of the locals. Not sure, they could be Wellington supporters. May have driven down. But they're on the back of their utes on a Sunday afternoon here in Darfield. Look to be enjoying what is a great game of cricket. Down at the northern end of the ground. It's like a good posse down there in the utes. There's probably a few double browns going down over there. There's Louis Austin in this time. Bit full from Austin this time. Down the ground, just the one run. Fielded down there on the boundary from Caleb De Bruyn. Is the sun really coming out now? Big patch of blue right above us now, warming us up. Oh, and a bit full again, this time from Austin. And that is raced across the boundary rope. And that's 4 runs.
What have they got? It's not Jackson or straight, see that?
Brown on strike now.
Trying to follow theirs, and they had Bruno Brown on strike.
Oh!
How is that?
That's a chance. And it's gone through the hands of Leighton Birch by the looks. A difficult chance, was hit well, but a chance nonetheless. And unfortunate there for St Paul's as Brown goes back and defends now. So catches win matches, and that's the second one that's gone begging from St Paul's today. So they have had a couple of chances. That's beautifully hit this time. And it's crossed the boundary rope for 4 runs. And Wellington now closing in on this total. So 167 for 3 now. As Louis Austin comes in this time. Dug out nicely. And out to Shimmer Fletcher, and no run off the last ball of the Austin over. So he completes 7 overs now, no wicket for 43. And this partnership here, the real backbreaker, is raced on to 74 now between Brown and Jackson. And Soane's in to complete his 10th over.
They didn't change it. It's frustrating.
No, I'm good for now. Good for now. Cheers, boys. As this time it's hammered and it's heading out towards the boundary and it's cleared the rope. And it's 6 runs this time from Jackson, who moves on to 75 off just 81 balls. So really getting into his work now.
I'm trying to find where their mistake is.
So Soane's just dragging that one short on that occasion. And Jackson cashing in and moving ever closer to this total. This time it's a bit full and it's gone all the way and it's taken on the boundary. This time from Jay Bennyfield, and this magnificent innings from Jackson has come to an end and he has to depart just a metre short that time, but well taken on the boundary from
6, was it?
Jay Bennyfield. And Soanes picks up his 3rd wicket. And 173 for 4 now, Wellington. As St Paul's will keep fighting. It's good to see the Wellington team on their feet applauding their man Jackson, who's batted very, very well here today in Darfield. And Wellington coming home with a wet sail here. Seemingly cruising to victory. Valiant effort by St Paul's Collegiate. Batted early in what looked to be pretty difficult conditions here in Darfield. Just couldn't quite string the big partnerships together. And Archie Sims comes to the crease, who takes his centre here, or takes his guard, and it will be Campbell Soanes to come in. So another left-hander here. And Soanes comes in to the new man Sims. And again, this is a bit full. And Sims has turned that round the corner and it races away for 4 runs. And he's off the mark in style, Sims. But too full this time. And the batsman says thank you very much and helps himself to 4 runs. As Soanes, end of his run now, comes in. And just turns it off his legs nicely, finds a bit of a gap. Man coming in. Good fielding that out there in the deep. Good arm. And Sims goes through and takes a single. And that'll bring Brown on strike.
Go on.
Ooh, good ball this time. Just beats the outside edge, or comes out off the outside edge. Trickles down to the man. No run on this occasion. So just 9 runs required for victory for this Wellington College team. Oh, and that falls agonisingly close to the fielder out there. And that completes the 10 overs from Soanes. So 10 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 40. And I think we've got a change in the bowling. Shimmer Fletcher to come on from the northern end now. Again, just 9 runs for victory and 10 overs to get them. So I think restriction is probably out the window now. And it's going to have to be
All out attack.
6 wickets. So it would be quite the collapse. Never say never. Remember a 1 Dean Barker. Dean Barker was sitting pretty at 8-1 over in it was San Francisco. Didn't work out so well on that occasion as Jimmy Spithill and Glenn Slingsby snared the America's Cup from the New Zealand team. So funny things happen in sport, but if you're a betting man, your money would be on Wellington College now, who really have this game by the scruff of the neck. As Shimmer Fletcher comes in. Oh, and it's a good ball this time from Fletcher. These St Paul's boys still on their toes, like a midget at a urinal. Plenty of spring in the step. They're not giving up. They'll fight for every last ball. Shimmer Fletcher comes in here. Good ball again, and great energy there from Quintus Daniel, who flies in, picks up the ball and throws down the stumps. Unfortunately, the batsman was within his crease. Lucky for the batsman, I suppose. Unlucky for St Paul's. Just trying to create something. And just the 7 runs now required for victory. As Shimmer Fletcher comes in to Sims, who plays it down the ground. Good looking shot that from Sims. And down to Leighton Birch, who does the fielding. And a dot ball.
NZC. Well, no, it's not at, just Google NZC scoring.
Oh, and Leighton Birch does well out there in the deep. Flying around to his left-hand side, getting down low, cutting the ball off. And just the single this time from Sims, which brings Brown on strike. Just 6 runs now required for victory. They could do it in one foul blow. And that's a dot ball. And that completes a good over there from Shimmer Fletcher. Just his 3rd. And so we'll have a change of bowling from this end. And it's going to be De Bruyn again. Just his 3rd over. So St Paul's just with no answer to this Wellington team. Done it pretty well. It's Wellington College. And it'll be Sims on strike, the left-hander, and De Bruyn coming in. Just a small change in the field here. So not a lot of runs to work with here for the big fast bowler as he comes in from the southern end. And that is chipped over the top. Well chased down there. And just the single. So Fletcher, the man that took chase there, got onto it early. Ball just pitching in the outfield a little bit. Good looking shot there from from Sims. And that brings the right-handed Brown on strike with just 5 runs required now. And well bowled this time from De Bruyn. And De Bruyn in this time down the ground, well hit. Shimmer Fletcher, the ever-present Shimmer Fletcher, comes around, makes the save, but not before Brown could scamper through to the bowler's end and claim 1 run. So 4 runs for victory now, and 8.5 overs to get there. As De Bruyn now comes in, and he has clean bowled him. Beautiful bowling, straight into the middle of middle stump, knocks it over, and never say never, people. Just 5 more wickets remain. So I think all that finger crossing that's been done out and about the broadcast from around New Zealand and around the world is starting to pay off. So keep them crossed, people. Unless, of course, you're from Wellington College, then probably just got your fingers out straight. In fact, between you and I think you're safe. You're going to be okay, and you should get home for the victory. But on that occasion, I'm more than happy to be wrong. Anyhow, the new man, we've got Jones, who has walked to the middle. With a difficult little challenge here, because although they don't need a lot of runs, I'm sure he'll be wanting to finish it quickly, and not easy just to get straight in and into your work, but we'll see how he goes as De Bruyn comes in, defends it nicely. No run on that occasion, so 1 ball left in De Bruyn's 3rd over here, picking up the wicket this over. And De Bruyn in this time to Jones, the new batsman, and that's great batting. And well kept out by the batsman, to be fair. He dug that out nicely. So good bowling from De Bruyn. As the Wellington worm just slows down a little bit, but it's done good work early. And who have we got down this end? Shimmer Fletcher to continue into his 4th over from the northern end here. And just 4 runs required for victory. So good to see this little bit of fight in the St Paul's team here. They're not going to give this away. They're under the pump here, and it's not looking likely, but it shows good heart, good teamwork, good camaraderie, and a great culture within this team as the ball squirts down to 1 Finn Bell. And they're still into this, the boys. They're not going to give up. And Wellington, just 1 fine blow away from winning. As Shimmer Fletcher comes in this time. Man advancing down the pitch. Unbelievable pick-up there by Quintus Daniel. Goes straight to hand. And the ball returned and no run taken on this occasion. So intentions clear from Brown. He said enough with this mucking around, let's end it. Turns that off his toes nicely, and that could do it. And that has done it. And Brown moves on to 40 runs, and they take the victory. And Wellington College, deserved victors here, who lost the toss and
Well, I was going to say it's ended, isn't it? Well, we all
they lost the toss, and St Paul's decided to bat, and some great bowling from Wellington restricted them to just 187 or 186 for 8, and some good batting by the Wellington College first 11 has got them over the line. Notable performances, Jackson and Brown 75 and 40 respectively, and just the 5 wickets for St Paul's in what was a pretty good match. But again, Wellington deserved victors here from Darfield. So thanks very much for our viewers around the place, and we've got one match tomorrow where St Paul's take on Auckland Grammar, and that'll be from Lincoln. Not sure on the field just yet, but we'll be there with live coverage, bringing it to you. And I think, is it a 10 o'clock start?
I think it's earlier.
Could be earlier.
10 o'clock.
Or maybe 10 o'clock.
What have we been
Okay,
starting at?
I'm not 10 o'clock. Anyway, we'll be back
be a
at
game
we'll be
tomorrow.
back at some stage tomorrow, and there will be a game, and we'll tell you all about it. All about it, and it wasn't even words.
All
Anyway,
about it.
I'm gonna hang up now.
9:30.
It's a 9:30 start. It's a 9:30 start tomorrow. So in the wrap up, Wellington College win it pretty easily in the end. Deserved victors over St Paul's Collegiate. And that's the end. Goodbye.